going to talk more about it, but I'm telling you right now, this is a show of accountability.
Is that what we're saying?
This is also a show that apparently lights the fire under the rear ends of Major League Baseball players. Great game, Johan Rojas. Great game, Trey Turner. We have a big night, Philadelphia sports tonight, and we'll talk about it all right here, Kincade Salciunas.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I have to worry about a draft pick from 3 years from now when this team is currently in a mode where they could be competitors.
Hassan Reddick, the return is fairly even. I would have preferred to have this year.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas, my man John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
I'm just checking the fine print here about accountability. Like, what are the rules? What are they? Look, I didn't sign anything.
Oh, you didn't sign anything for that?
I didn't sign anything on Kincade and Salciunas for accountability.
You didn't do the invisible. We did the invisible ink.
Oh,
so
that works. All right.
Yeah. I just want to say you're welcome, Philadelphia, because our show yesterday provided a 6-for-9 day for Trey Turner and Johan Rojas.
There you go.
That's what I got out of it, was that we had the power to light the fire under the rear ends of two of the baseball players on this team that were struggling offensively.
That absolutely needed it.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In a big way. We're not nitpicking.
No.
These guys needed it.
And there's a couple other guys that still need it, which we'll get to. But that was a nice win last night for the Phillies. They go into St. Louis. They win 5-3. It got dicey. They give up 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th, so they have to go to extras. But then they win it in the top of the 10th. And then the Phillies get the win. They're back to 500. It was hitting season in St. Louis, clearly.
Oh, hitting season.
Because it was 75 degrees yesterday. So it was clearly hitting season for Philadelphia.
It is. Yes, I mean, it's good. And what I hate is, Connor, we didn't talk about it pre-show, but the idea is that I love, and I think you do too, I love Hoffman.
Oh, yeah, me too.
And when Hoffman comes in, I feel so, like, I usually just feel so chill when he's in.
Right.
And that was rare for him to be the guy giving it up. I'm still totally Hoffman'd up.
Yeah, you're not going to be worried next time he goes out.
No, and
there.
I didn't think it was a terrible outing.
No.
But the ninth inning is different.
Yeah, the 9th inning is different, which is why I believe closers are real, and I hate the idea
Closer by committee?
I hate the closer by committee because the 9th inning is different. I've talked about this a million times. Hector Neris was a great 8th inning pitcher for the Phillies. Every time they try to put him out there in the 9th, he crapped his pants. Whether your team's good or not, there's a difference in the 9th inning.
When Ricky tells us that, and I know our own Ricky Batalico is just one voice, if Ricky Batalico says it to me, a guy who actually was on the bump,
right,
it tells me that it is different.
There's a total difference.
There is a difference, and but that was a nice effort, and I am very happy about a couple things, and one of them being Alec Boehm. And I thought before the year, and I hope it continues.
Yes.
I thought he'd take a step forward this year, that he was ready to take even a bigger step forward, and I think he's showing signs that he's ready to do that.
He just drives and runs. He just drives and runs all the time.
He did last year, though, too, which is really good.
It's just I don't think the power will ever be there. Like, I don't think he's going to hit 30 home runs.
Any theory on that? I mean, we can get into that another time.
I don't know.
It's just his. Well, but he's got a beautiful swing, and and he's not intimidated by moments.
Right. He's not intimidated by moments.
Love it last night.
All I know is this is a show of accountability. Do I think Johan Rojas is all of a sudden going to hit 3 hits every single night? No, absolutely not. But I'm glad a Major League Baseball player was able to have a night like he did yesterday. I'm sure you're glad that Trey Turner, a Major League Baseball player, a $300 million Major League Baseball player, was able to have the night that he had last night. So this is a show where we will be accountable.
Sure.
If we are wrong about something, we will admit it, even though I don't think we're right or wrong after just one game.
And that's the key. That's the key of the entire discussion is how you and I, thankfully, because it would be exhausting, we consume baseball similarly.
Yes.
You say 10-game stretches. I do 16 because it's 160 games. So 162 games. So I sort of look at it as like, go a little longer, make it like 16. But I get your point, and I understand those. That to me makes me smile when people don't consume baseball like football.
Right, exactly. You can go
that'd be exhausting.
through the course of a season. It would be exhausting because them being 4-5 before last night, people were probably going crazy, and that is exhausting. They're 5-5. They're back to 500. It's all good. So one of the things that I want to talk about today, based off of that, right? I say that this is a show of accountability.
Yes.
You know people in this industry.
Yes.
In this industry.
Oh, yes.
I'm not even talking about fans. I'm not even talking about people at the bar. I'm not talking about me and my dad debating over text message. I'm talking about people in this industry that would rather be right than wrong, will always try to find the way to be right and not wrong. And I get it. A lot of people think, well, because we're behind the microphone, we're the experts. We have to know exactly what we're talking about.
I am an expert in nothing.
I'm an expert in trying to hit breaks on time, keeping you entertained, and bringing you the correct stories to talk about.
Keeping me entertained or other people?
Hopefully other people. I don't care about you.
Too.
I don't do the show for us. I do the show for the listening audience. But I know that there are people in this industry, but also there are fans that would rather be right than wrong, even if the right might be a negative opinion. I believed that Jalen Hurts had a ceiling. I never thought that I would see what I saw in 2022, which is why I wanted to trade for Russell Wilson, which is why I wanted them to take the flyer on Aaron Rodgers, because that was a rumor at one point. I did not want to trade up for Zach Wilson, but I was excited that the Eagles were thinking, all right, we probably need to go in a different direction, because I'd rather them get that out of the way quickly instead of trying to see, all right, what can we get out of Jalen Hurts? Because the NFL's a different beast. I'm glad that I was wrong.
Well, the one thing is that I'm glad that I never gave up on Hurts, but I'm also cannot pound my chest and said, I thought Jalen Hurts would ever necessarily have a season like he did in 22.
Right.
Or when he was leading MVP voting into Thanksgiving weekend. I never thought Jalen Hurts was going to be discussed among quarterbacks at that level.
Yeah, top 6, top 7, top 8, whatever number you want to give.
So the entire spin of getting it right, we work with a guy now who I worked with earlier on in my industry. And when I started work at the network level, one of the very first lessons he said to me, he goes, John, stop worrying about being right. Don't worry about being right. There is no credibility.
Right.
Your credibility is if you did things, went on the air and said things that were reckless. Reported on things that weren't true.
Correct.
There's no credibility in being right or wrong with an opinion. Fire your opinions and then open up to the firing squad if you get them wrong.
Right.
Stop worrying about being right or twisting yourself in a pretzel to try to justify why you're still right. Don't worry about being right. And embrace when you're wrong. It makes this job, again, much less exhausting.
Oh my God, absolutely. Because if after a night like last night, if Johan Rojas hits 3 hits, right, and I come on here on the airwaves today and I say, well, you just wait till next game, right?
What are you trying to do? You're trying to be right.
Like, why would I do that? I'm happy that he had 3 hits last night. You know why? Because it was en route to a Phillies victory.
I'll give you a perfect example of Andrew Salciunas with this. You wanted Nick Sirianni gone.
Yes.
You will be extremely thrilled if the Eagles are the 1 or 2 seed next year and they are playing great football.
And I hope
here's the
every single player says this is why Nick stayed.
And that's the difference between right and wrong, wanting to be right about something. And look, I hope Trey Turner proves me wrong.
Right.
I hope he proves me wrong. I hope he starts being a competent shortstop defensively. I don't believe it's going to happen, but if it does, I'll tip my cap and say I'm right. I was wrong. I was wrong. He showed me something that he turned his defense around, and hopefully the bat continues to do what he did last night.
Now, whether we do it on purpose or not, because some people love to be the "I told you so" guy.
Oh,
right. And then sometimes we just say it naturally, like. If Johan Rojas doesn't get a hit for the next month, I'll be like, see, this is why I didn't want to have him up on the big league club or something. Right? Like, I know I'm going to say it, but I'm not going to be like, I told you so. But everybody kind of has that DNA in them where they end up saying, I told you so.
Is it I told you so with your, best friend? No, is there a difference?
How many times have you gotten a phone call where somebody said, I told you they weren't going to win, or I told you this team stinks?
There's a difference between, I think, in our jobs doing it and doing it with your buddies. Doing it with your friends.
Oh, then with my friends, I'll be even more egregious.
You'll be relentless. Then you'll be
even more egregious.
Right,
I'll say, I told you that guy stinks.
And you'd be relentless about it. It's different when you're talking about your buddies.
Right, absolutely.
So that's for the context of this conversation.
So I want to ask the people today, and we'll have the text line open, the phone lines. I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town.
I thought he only coached the losses.
Right, but he never coached the wins.
It was one of the funniest things I would hear on the best show ever.
There were games where Ben Simmons, before he went loony and doesn't want to play basketball ever again, where he would be 16, 12, and 12. And only him at his size and his athletic ability would be able to do something like that. And, oh, by the way, 16, 12, and 12 doesn't tell the story about what he did against the guy he was defending, right? Like, Ben Simmons,
is correct.
Before he lost his mind, was a 3-time All-Star, was trending in the right direction. He just didn't have a jump shot. We never thought he was going to get a jump shot. If he played well, he would not get the flowers for some people. If he played poorly, it would be, I told you. This is why I didn't want to draft him. This is why they should have traded him. This is why I did that. Even though it hurt the Sixers.
How do you find yourself, do you think you consistently, when you have a strong opinion where you literally are out on a guy, or you're out on a player, you're out on a coach, do you think you are usually more right than wrong?
It's a great question because I don't know.
Because I think does it take you a while to get to the point where you say, as a fan, and for those in our listening audience, and if you're texting out there, you can text in, how long does it take you to get there? Like, I can't have an opinion like when, I had people out on Jalen Hurts. People were out on Jalen Hurts, I thought, in too small sample size. Mm-hmm. I may have joined them if it had gone 10, 12 more games.
Right.
So it wasn't like I was saying, I don't think they might be right. It was just, I can't get there because I haven't seen enough. I'm more patient as a sports fan, probably.
I think we talked about this. I am more quick to react.
You are than I am.
But I also, I am guilty of this. Sometimes I will see a quarterback come into the league, and I go, wow, that guy clearly has it. Even if they're Carson Wentz, they went 7-9 their first season.
I loved him.
And again, before he went loony.
No, I loved him.
He looked tremendous, and I was like, wow, this is going to be a guy that, even though he made some rookie mistakes, he'll be fine. Whereas Jalen Hurts, I didn't see arm strength. I saw one read. I saw stuff where I said, oh, that's why he was a second-round quarterback with a third or a fourth-round grade, right?
Okay, that's fair.
A guy like Johan Rojas, you know what? I am probably going to be quicker to say, wow, look, this guy isn't ready yet to be in the major leagues. Whereas you guys are patient and say, give him time. So I think I am more quick to react. But I'm not going to, I don't think I've said it to you guys. I think Johan Rojas will be a Major League Baseball player.
Are you quicker to, I know this, I am far quicker on drawing my opinion on people who are not on the field of play or on the ice or on the court. Executives, managers, I have a much quicker trigger on drawing my opinion of whether I think good, bad, whatever. Players I'm more patient with. Coaches, front office guys, I'm much less patient with.
I'm patient with the front office, but you also have to understand, I'm a process teenager. I can't say process baby because I was a little older than that.
You're a process cosplayer.
Right.
You're part of that cosplay group.
But I saw a vision, right? And so I was willing to give it time. And then Daryl Morey comes in, and I know there's a lot of people critical of Daryl Morey, but he had to clean up a mess, right? A lot of new GMs are always cleaning up messes.
They're hampered
Nobody comes into a great situation. Right?
Yes. Well,
maybe Dave Dombrowski was because he had
Ruben Amaro Jr.
Okay, you're right.
And by the way,
different circumstances.
And I am not a detractor of Rube.
Right.
I am just even though I think there were some miscues. But Ruben Amaro Jr. was given the keys to a Lamborghini.
Yes, you're right. That is correct.
So there's certain times,
but that was
somebody
also
has
different
to be
circumstances. Right, exactly. For the most part, it's a GM's coming in because the previous guy got fired because he sucked, right? And so they have to come in and clean up the mess. Like whenever Howie Roseman hopefully it's not for another 50 years. Hopefully he retires, right? And it's not because he got fired. But whenever Howie Roseman's out of here, it's probably because things went downhill and the new executive, the new GM is going to have to come in here and try to fix it.
I know I'm much less patient with people who are not players.
That's interesting. Connor, where are you on this?
I think I'm pretty darn patient with everybody.
You are a patient person.
Almost to a fault, but I don't know. Sports takes a while. I understand people being impatient because there's a feeling of I need to see success now. I don't want to waste my sports fandom life waiting for next year. But to me, it just – every team that finds a way to win something important, or every player who becomes great, or every front office member who becomes like an elite member of a front office in any sport, it takes time for them to become that person. So I try and make an early evaluation on if they have the ability, not that they're going to, but if there's a chance.
Well, so to that point, I am somebody who's always looking for the next thing, the better thing. Like, Johan Rojas is a great glove, great speed. I think I could find somebody not as good of a glove, maybe as fast or a little bit less, but with a much better bat. Right? Like, I'm always like
But you've already made, like in your head, as a fan watching the games, you've already made that judgment.
Right. But I also have to understand, I remind myself, like, I can't just do this and get that player, right? Like, I also have to give guys some time. Like, Brandon Marsh is a guy that I'm still hesitant to, be like, oh, this is my guy of the future. He was a former top prospect, right? So I should give him time. But so is Christian Pache, and nobody wants to give him time.
See, I look at things, it's weird because you guys are considerably younger than me. And in some ways, I think in different philosophies of life, you're older than me. Like, it's weird. Is that like Connor's patience is something that I consider, I've seen it now for 4 years, now in our fourth year. I've watched him, and it's consistent. Connor is patient. I am far less patient than Connor, but I don't consider myself impatient. But compared to Connor, I am. Like, I look at that. I consider that an old trait. Like, I consider that a trait of a wise person.
I think you lose it with age. I think the more that you see seasons go by, the more you feel like, especially in this city where we don't get championships often, the more you feel that it needs to happen now.
See, now the weird thing is that, like, I can just look at my child and go, she's 20, and she's how I used to be. And I'm far more patient.
You're more patient. Yeah, I mean,
I'm far more patient as a sports fan. Absolutely. I'm married to a woman who is completely impatient. If a server doesn't come to the table, like, you're sitting at a table and nobody comes
for 5 minutes, right?
Oh my God! It's like, we've been here for 5 minutes. I'm like, are we rushing?
And I think it's I don't know if it's an age thing. I think it's also a personality thing. Like, I do think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, like that. Like, Bob will say you're older,
right?
Like, and you have older.
I'm 30
you're
going
sort of
on 60,
set
right?
in your ways. I see some things. The thing is, I admire those qualities.
Right.
Those are, I think, desirable.
But then
qualities.
there's some times where I am still a millennial and I want my championship now.
I want it now.
Which is why I'm always willing to trade draft picks. Which is why I'm always willing to trade prospects, because proven versus unknown wins out 99% of the time for me. Right? Like Sixto Sanchez, people cried over when they traded him for JT Realmuto. He looks like Bartolo Colon right now and isn't even a starter for the Marlins.
He's had 2 major injuries.
Right. Well, I know.
But you couldn't have seen that coming.
He was already dealing with elbow issues before the trade. And that's why I go, all right, proven versus unknown. And that's probably a millennial microwave society kind of deal. But basically what we're getting at here is, would you rather be right or wrong when it comes to your sport? Look, think about it. You're with your buddies at the bar. It's not just us doing sports talk. You're with your friends. You're at a game. Would you rather be right or wrong? And if the right is this guy stinks and you end up being right, that hurts your team. I would rather be wrong if I have a negative opinion on. I would rather be wrong about Johan Rojas. I hope he goes 3 for 4 the next 10 nights.
Yes, I'd rather be wrong when it comes to my team. If I think something negative about my team,
but there's people
absolutely would.
That would rather be right. And
yes,
in this industry.
In this industry, it's like paramount, the idea to be right. I purposely did not want to throw a wet blanket on the Flyers stuff.
Right.
But when I tell you that we talked,
you did,
Brendan and Haley and I would talk, and I'd go, everybody's just talking the Flyers are in the playoffs. And Haley was, I'm looking at it too, and it's just like, I don't feel good. But I didn't want to wet blanket it.
Hoped that you were wrong.
I was hoping that my gut instinct was wrong, and I'm still hoping it's wrong.
Right, absolutely.
Still hoping it's
Speaking
wrong.
of which, we have a big night tonight. Coming up next, we'll talk about the big night that we have ahead of us. All right, I have a question, and this is another one for the text line, and it's a question for you guys as well, because we do watch all of them. How are you going to prioritize tonight? This is one of those nights where it's like, oh my God, they're all playing at the same time. You have the Sixers still fighting for the 6th seed. It's still a possibility, and you want them to obviously lock in the 7th seed if nothing else.
No, at the very least, that's what you want.
The Flyers are fighting for their lives. You said it yesterday, basically a loss from here on out.
I
One
think
more
it's
loss
done.
puts the nail in the coffin. And the Phillies are looking to win their 2nd straight series, hopefully put a lot of people at ease, and it's Zach Wheeler Day. Like, you get a chance to watch the ace, which you get to chance to see it like 30 times a year, but still.
And thankfully, Amy Fadool will be with us this morning, so she can explain to us about how everybody can get the app. Because you need the app to watch tonight.
Okay. And look, that's the
I
app.
use the MLB at Bat app, which I think is the best, like $20 I spend all year.
Okay.
Love it.
Well, you go TV, laptop, phone. I mean, it's one of these nights where you have to try to watch all of them because they're all very important. So would you rather be right or wrong when it comes to sports? Like, what is give us your honest feeling, right? I think a lot of people like being right.
Oh, yes.
Even if it means you thought somebody stunk and then they end up stinking and then it hurts your team. Also, how are you prioritizing tonight? 3 big games in Philadelphia. You can climb in on the phone lines or the text line, 610-632-0975. And one more thing, because I do have to bring something up about the Phillies. We pick favorites a lot, which is a right or wrong thing.
Absolutely we do.
And we stand by our favorites till the end of time sometimes, which may actually be a detriment to ourselves. I have a question about picking favorites, and it comes off of the last night and the first 10 games of this season. Hear me out. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, you on YouTube.
I thought he was talking to me. What are you yelling at the YouTube audience?
Well, because they're always talking crap about us, so I might as well yell back at them.
But you know what they are? They're very loyal. They're very, very loyal.
They're all so sweet.
They are so sweet. And they all listen every single day, and they watch on YouTube, which
Yes.
is a blessing to us.
And we love you, and we thank you for watching us every single morning. And
Most days we love them.
Yeah.
Some days we like you.
Yeah, but not all days they love us or
Oh,
even
no.
like us.
No, it depends.
So the feeling's mutual. But
Yes.
thanks for watching. We appreciate it.
Stay with us.
As good as Tyrese Maxey is, he can't carry an offense. Not from his position. Not when other teams can so easily stop either him, not easily stop him, but if you design to double team him, or if you design to take the ball out of his hands, other guys have to be there. And once again, last night, you just didn't have it. Tobias Harris was the only other double-digit scorer from the starters. 2 guys, I think it was Council and somebody else, Wilson, off the bench. That got you double figures. So Nick Nurse went to the bench really early. You could see it was just kind of, I'm trying, but you guys just don't have it.
So we're all expecting Howie Roseman to make another move.
But there are players you have to extend, number one. You got to account for the draft and the practice squad. How far into the cap are they? I don't know the number off my head. How far into the cap are they?
I think it's high 20s or low 30s.
Yes.
Left.
Again, there are going to be guys that you're going to want to extend. Devonta Smith is going to have to get a deal to pay your draft class, pay the practice squad, keep money for moves. You know, we're going to be talking later this summer, the end of the summer, before the final cut down. You're going to want them to trade for somebody or do something at that point in time. Again, yeah, they have some money, probably not as much as you think right now. And am I expecting another big move? I think on the one hand, they're always looking, but I think if you're looking for that high profile, there are no more of them available. Like that market's kind of shrunk up. Who do you want them to go add right now?
Well,
it's not.
I do not want them to add Justin Simmons. If I'm hearing that they didn't want to pay Hassan Reddick, I sure as hell don't want to bring in another guy going in his early 30s and then pay him big money to come in.
Well, and based on what they've done, I don't think they would.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better then.
Yeah, I don't think they would, based on the logic with Hassan Reddick. You know, if Justin Simmons came in at a number of price, would they do that? Maybe. Yeah. Like, I'm making this up. What if it's a 1-year deal worth, I don't know, some friendly number?
I'd do that. Oh, I absolutely would consider it. But the thing is, I wonder was a 1-year offer at a nice number considered to extend Hassan Reddick? Every deal I'm going to look at and say, could that deal have been done to keep Hassan Reddick here?
But Reddick wanted a new deal. He wanted a new deal last season.
Yes.
Right?
He did. You let the other guy wet his pants because Sam Emerson let in 2 terrible
And
goals.
you go wet his pants. We were literally just talking about how he should have not played. No, they were terrible.
No, they were terrible. That is wetting your pants. As a goaltender, he let in 2 goals that the average NHL goaltender does not let in. Those 2 goals were terrible.
They were horrible.
They were.
The guys were playing pretty much all season long out of necessity.
And I said that. There's a lot of it.
Okay,
He's been
a big reason. They lost their goaltender.
Andrew, all that praise. I praised him all year long. But the bottom line is the coach knew the backup goalie was ready to play. And he didn't play him.
What is it that Haley wants us to do?
I don't know. The show's about to start again.
Wait, is that Connor yelling for us to get back on?
Guys, you know you got to come back from break.
So just zip it.
All right.
Let's go.
See you guys. Hey, you on YouTube. What's
I thought
up?
he was talking to me. What are you yelling at the YouTube audience?
Well, because they're always talking crap about us, so I might as well yell back at them.
But you know what they are? They're very loyal. They're very, very loyal.
Yeah, they're all so sweet.
They are so sweet. And they all listen every single day and they watch on YouTube, which
Yes.
is a blessing to us.
And we love you, and we thank you for watching us every single morning. And
Most days we love them.
Yeah.
Some days we like you.
Yeah, but not all days they love us or even
no.
like us.
No, it depends.
So the feeling's mutual. But
Yes.
thanks for watching. We appreciate it.
Stay with us.
As good as Tyrese Maxey is, he can't carry an offense. Not from his position. Not when other teams can so easily stop either him, not easily stop him, but if you design to double team him, or if you design to take the ball out of his hands, other guys have to be there. And once again, last night, you just didn't have it. Tobias Harris was the only other double-digit scorer from the starters. 2 guys, I think it was Council and somebody else, Wilson, off the bench. That got you double figures. So Nick Nurse went to the bench really early. You could see it was just kind of, I'm trying, but you guys just don't have it.
So we're all expecting Howie Roseman to make another move.
But there are players you have to extend, number one. You got to account for the draft and the practice squad. How far into the cap are they? I don't know the number off my head. How far into the cap are they?
I think it's high 20s or low 30s.
Yes.
Left.
Again, there are going to be guys that you're going to want to extend. Devonta Smith is going to have to get a deal to pay your draft class, pay the practice squad, keep money for moves. You know, we're going to be talking later this summer, the end of the summer, before the final cut down. You're going to want them to trade for somebody or do something at that point in time. Again, yeah, they have some money, probably not as much as you think right now. And am I expecting another big move? I think on the one hand they're always looking, but I think if you're looking for that high profile, there are no more of them available. Like that market's kind of shrunk up. Who do you want them to go add right now?
Well,
it's not.
I do not want them to add Justin Simmons. If I'm hearing that they didn't want to pay Hassan Reddick, I sure as hell don't want to bring in another guy going in his early 30s and then pay him big money to come in.
29 on this Tuesday morning. Good morning. Hope everybody survived the eclipse yesterday. And I hope everybody enjoys today. It's going to be, 75 degrees?
Oh.
So enjoy yourselves. It is the perk of getting out of here at like 11 o'clock.
Oh, it's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nice day today. So it's
really nice.
It's hitting season in Philadelphia today. It's just the Phillies are now in St. Louis, but they got the nice win last night.
Well, it was hitting season for Rojas last night.
And Trey Turner, man. But it wasn't a hitting season for Nick Castellanos, and it hasn't been a hitting season yet, really, for Nick Castellanos. I have a question for you guys.
Well, he just moved here. Oh, I'm sorry. We can't use that stupid excuse.
I have a question for you guys.
He just moved here.
I have a question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right.
Why is it that through 10 games we can't give Nick Castellanos time, but we can give Johan Rojas time?
Because I've seen, first of all, Nick Castellanos is in his 30s.
Okay.
I've seen Nick Castellanos now for 2 years plus. I know what Nick Castellanos is.
Look.
So I'm not going to give the same patience to Nick Castellanos.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yes.
It brings me to the conversation of picking favorites.
Oh, yes.
I don't think Nick Castellanos is a favorite of many people.
No.
I know the ladies love him, but I don't know if there's many Phillies fans that are going, yeah, Nick Castellanos is my favorite. He was great last year. I don't think he gets enough credit for last year. I've said it a million times. I think he was your team MVP last year.
Now, the weird thing is, and this is where we part, and Connor, you're going to have to intermediate. Here, I do not intercede, I guess. I don't think he was great last year. I think he was great in the first half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Then he was terrible. Then he dug himself out of it a little in September. He was great against the Braves.
Yes.
And then he was absolutely historically horrendously bad against Arizona. So I don't consider that great.
So there's circumstances to it.
Okay.
I say he was,
and I'm a words guy anyway.
I
too,
say
so sometimes
he was,
I get hung up on the word.
I got you. I say he was the Phillies team MVP last year, regular season, for a couple of reasons. You were missing Bryce Harper. And I know, look, when Harper came back was when they really started winning ball games, right? But they needed to stay afloat.
Well, it was hitting season, too.
Right, exactly. They needed to stay afloat. Reese Hoskins was out. So you lost your right-handed power bat. And everybody, the fear going into the season, you have even said that you were more excited going into this season than last year because of the Hoskins injury, right?
Hoskins was one. Also, two, there were so many question marks that I didn't think had been affirmed. Like Bohm, like Stott, like Marsh, and like Suarez. There were so many things last year that checked the box of, okay, they're real. Right. They're real. So I was like, okay, that's why this year I was so excited.
So they had no power, literally no power from the right-handed side going into the season, at least we thought. Right? We know what you're going to get from JT. He's a gap hitter who could probably hit 20 bombs. Alec Bohm will drive in runs, but he's not a 25 home run hitter, right? You needed somebody to provide power from the right side, and everybody already wrote off Nick Castellanos after year one. And myself included. Like, I was saying, wow, this makes him even more important this year if he can play well. And he did. So that's why I said he was the team MVP last year.
And the weird thing is, before the year, I did not write him off. I said he's got to be better.
Oh, yeah, I think
I think the person who convinced me, honestly, was Cooney.
Okay.
Because Cooney was saying, look, the whole where he had interviewed certain managers that say back of the baseball
card, yeah.
And so he goes, the doubles are going to come back this year.
Right.
And when we did our preseason thing, he was like, Nick Castellanos is going to like get this many doubles. I'm like, that's a rich number. He hit it.
Right.
Like, so I think Bob sort of was like, got me of like, don't be give him time. But I wasn't writing him off after 1 year.
But I find it interesting because, and look, we're all guilty of it. We all have favorites, right? And whenever you have a favorite, you will try to defend the guy.
No question.
I did it with Wentz. I did it with Simmons. I usually do it with the top tier talent, at least what I think would be the top tier talent, because I'm not going to depend on the 9-hole hitter or the 7th round draft pick. Like the guy who is paid a lot of money or the guy that was drafted top overall, I need to let that guy turn into what we expected him to be. So,
but if it's not a good, so you tend to do star level players,
correct?
But if it's
because they're the reason why you're going to win something.
But if it's a non-star level player, you're more quick to throw him aside.
Yes, because I think I can find another player that's better. I do. Like, I think I could find another player that might be better all around than a guy like Johan Rojas.
Thing is, too,
we'll see. I mean, I have to let it play out.
I also get biased by this organization paid a boatload of money to Nick Castellanos.
Correct.
And he didn't deliver on it. Didn't deliver to that money. I think that Trey Turner, a boatload of money, didn't deliver to it.
Right.
So to me, I also attach that. Johan Rojas making pennies on the dollar.
But think about what we've said before the season started. Oh, well, if he's not playing well come trade deadline, just go out there and
Go
trade.
get somebody.
Right? That's what we all
Absolutely.
say, right?
Here's something to the point that John was just making that I think about, right? The most important thing to me with that, when you bring players in, is if you trust the organization. I trust Dave Dombrowski, like, fully.
So do I.
So, who made the sizable financial commitment to Nick Castellanos and to Trey Turner? Dave Dombrowski decided that that was a good idea.
Who also
General Manager Bryce Harper had a lot to do with that.
who also reportedly was on the trading block.
Exactly, which shows
Well,
you
no,
how
that
he
tells
feels.
me he knows, but that tells me
Right.
that Dave Dombrowski is not a guy who has to be right.
Exactly.
Correct. Yeah, but if they were trying to move on from him, that may
Well,
add
they
to
were
concern
seeing
for,
if they could improve. They weren't
Right.
like,
Right.
somebody, please take Nick Castellanos. They were like, we think we could possibly do better because of the contract. My point is, if I see an organization or a GM or president of operations that I trust make a move, I will give that player more leeway because
Okay.
I trust the evaluation of someone who is much more in tune with this stuff than I am.
But I find it
I
funny.
love that
like,
strategy.
We pick favorites, right? So Nick Castellanos went 0 for 5 yesterday, and we're
Yeah.
crushing the guy, right? As we should. I'm not saying we shouldn't crush Nick Castellanos. I think it's horrible how bad he's starting the season again.
Again.
Kyle Schwarber also went 0 for 5 yesterday, but he hits bombs, so he's fine. Like, we handle players different.
We absolutely
Kyle
do.
Schwarber had an awful night last night. 0 for 5. Johan Rojas is finally getting on base, and he can't get a hit. He is 1 for his last 13. But he hits bombs. He's a leadoff hitter, and all they do is win when he's in the leadoff hole.
Yeah, but that's nature. That's the thing. People look at this sometimes like, why do we do this with sports? Do you not have favorite friends? Do you not have favorite food?
No, you're right.
Do you not have favorite children? People won't say it,
Whoa,
but
whoa, whoa.
everyone's got a favorite kid.
That's why I only had one. That's why
I do. I have a favorite kid. I got a favorite kid.
Well, you guys cop-outs with one each. But my point is, you pick favorites in life everywhere. And for some reason in sports, it seems to be this sticking point of, like, why do we like certain players over others? The same reason we like certain people over others in our personal life. There are people we connect
point,
with,
Connor.
and that's just the nature of being human.
I like the accountability player. I like the player who's completely accountable. And I believe that, like Bryce Harper to me. Bryce Harper, to me, comes off completely accountable.
Correct. But Trey
I
Turner.
think Trey Turner and Nick Castellanos do not.
Trey Turner was literally doing media hits or post-game interviews all last season, straight up saying, I suck right now, and I'm doing whatever I can. I'm going to the cages. You didn't. I appreciated it, even though he did stink.
He did. He did.
He was
And it's not-
accountable. He didn't say, "Oh, I'll be fine." He straight up said, "There's video of him saying I suck right now, and I'm doing what I was in the cages for 2 hours after the game. I just can't figure it out."
And then
That's accountability.
Part of the accountability, Andrew, let's say every day on the air, I don't know, you missed every single break time we're supposed to hit.
That's not going to happen.
And you came out at the post, and we go to our meetings after the shows and stuff like that, and you say, I'm gonna change this. I'm doing everything I can to make sure I don't do this. Over and over and over again. I can only hear it a certain amount of meetings before I'd say, dude, stop talking about it and do it.
Yeah, but
to me, and I don't.
Me
I
hitting
know.
a break on time is a lot different than hitting a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Well, it shouldn't be
Or a
for
slider low and away.
and it shouldn't be for a $330 million player.
But that's not accountability, right?
I think it is.
He's accountable, but he might just not be good. I don't think that's the case.
Or it's
but-
lip service.
No.
No, I'm saying, or it's lip service.
No,
and I've seen athletes do that
trying,
before.
But if he's not getting the job done, it's not for lack of effort. There are some guys that try their damn hearts out, and they're just not good enough. And I don't think Trey Turner's that guy at all because of the track record, but I don't think it's fair to say he hasn't been accountable.
No.
I think he's been accountable.
Okay, I think that when I can hear something, if you tell me something, I'm going to change, I'm going to do something, I'm going to change. I heard all spring. Defense is going to change. Look, show me. Enough talking about it. Show me. And to me, that is accountability. You change it. You change behaviors.
Well, if
And
he's
you should
working on it.
And he's working on everything then.
Yeah.
He's got to work on everything. Something happened.
All right.
Something happened.
So we'll continue this conversation, but I want to ask you guys tonight. We have a big game, a big night.
Yeah, big night.
Sixers trying to still get the 6th seed or at least survive with the 7th seed. Flyers trying to survive their season. And the Phillies have wheels up today. So what's your preference? How are you prioritizing the games tonight? Because now I know you don't go 3 screens.
I do not go 3 screens, but tonight, because the Phillies will be on the app,
Okay.
that'll be on my iPad, and I can cast that to the television when I choose.
Okay.
So I can take that. If I have an event like the Apple TV games, sometimes I won't want to pull up Apple TV. Like last year, there was an Apple TV game, and the Sixers win the playoffs. I was watching the Sixers on TV, and I'm not changing. In a playoff game, I'm not going to be flipping around.
Correct, yeah.
So playoff games on, and I was watching Apple TV on my iPad and then casting it at halftime onto my TV and then taking it back off.
All right, I'm going to tell you my honest order. And it's, the more important games, the bigger screen. Right? And I could do 3 screens. I will go Sixers TV.
Okay.
Phillies laptop. Flyers just get the phone. Even though they win, they survive, they lose, they're dead.
The Flyers are getting the phone, eh?
I don't know if I want the biggest screen to see death.
Why are you assuming death?
If they lose, the season's over.
Yeah, but why assume death? Why not assume that they're the Phoenix?
All right, well,
they rise from the ashes.
Maybe they take a 1-0 lead, and I have the ability to change.
Oh, okay.
But to start,
I'm Sixers first.
Sixers TV.
I'm Sixers first, but I'm
Phillies,
expecting
wheels up laptop, Flyers phone.
I'm expecting that the Sixers and the Flyers will be on the flip back and forth, and that the Phillies will be on this. But I think the Sixers can make quick work of Detroit.
And then you could change things
And then I
up.
can change and put the Sixers to, like, watching on the app.
Connor, at the start?
Oh, I'm going to the bar. 2 TVs right in front of me.
Well, you better have
streaming
3.
on the phone for the Phillies.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Okay, the
And
phone
I'm
will be
good
the
to go.
Phillies. Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Nice and easy.
So answer our questions today. I'll reset them all coming up. But if you've been listening, you can text in or call in 610-632-0975. When it comes to talking sports, would you rather be right or wrong, even if the right means the team is struggling or a player is struggling and the team doesn't benefit from it?
And to the majority of sports radio callers, you're lying if you don't say you want to be right.
Absolutely.
You're lying.
And how are you prioritizing tonight's games? And when you pick favorites, why? Like, why do you pick some favorites? And why are you so hard on some players, even though they might be struggling just as much as your favorite? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles to draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker. You know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's Linebacker University with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out. that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights,
yes,
he can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a chance.
Seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's gotten more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They're being unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the?
I do not.
Lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, that's no. I think they're.
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want
the color scheme.
I want your. I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme, and it's the lettering, and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. I my baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light is too much for me. It's way too much.
It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much. I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better
Kincade
defensive
and Salciunas. The text line is open at 610-632-0975. Answer any of our 3 questions to start the show. Number 1 is, would you rather be right or wrong when it comes to your sports opinion? And I have a tweet from Jared Connor. Maybe Connor knows him. Jared Connor checks in. He says, I'm just here for the ratio, because he didn't hear exactly what we were talking about. I imagine everybody would like to be right when they have an opinion. The question is, when your opinion might be, I don't think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, I would rather be wrong. Because if I'm wrong, that means he's a great quarterback, and that means the Eagles are Super Bowl contenders like they were 2 years ago. Because I was ready to write off Jalen Hurts. I bought into they couldn't get Russell Wilson. They couldn't trade up for a quarterback, so let's give him one more year. I bought into it.
Okay.
But the whole time I was saying, all right, but next year we're just going to do this again next year. We're just going to kick the can down the road. And I ended up being wrong, and I was thrilled.
Yeah, because we were in the Super Bowl.
Right, of course.
It was Super Bowl, which was just spectacular.
But I know people would rather be right. And then the second Jalen Hurts starts playing poorly last year.
See, told you.
You saw, dude, there were a lot of people that crawled back out from under the rocks. Eagles fans that crawled back up from under the rocks and said, see, this is why I wouldn't have paid Jalen Hurts.
The only thing I would tell you about that is I think last year Jalen opened that door for those people to show their faces. Because I was extremely disappointed.
Oh, yeah, he didn't play
last year
well.
From where he played, I didn't think we'd see that kind of season again.
And I think he bounces back.
I think he does too. Yes.
And if
I would
I'm
buy
wrong,
stock.
I will be very disappointed.
By the way, though, you bring up his name. I would still, if you looked at my sports portfolio, I'd be the guy still holding on to my Carson Wentz stock.
Right. Well, you even said
I love Wentz.
The fact that he's going to Andy in Kansas City.
Right. I'm telling you this when and it's not just knowing a little bit about McVay, but when McVay has an interest in you, when Andy Reid has an interest in you, you are not done in the NFL as far as you are not a foregone lost cause. If Sean McVay, Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan have an interest in you, those are the smartest offensive minds in the game. They look at you and go, what the hell went wrong?
But you know what's interesting? This goes back to our picking favorites thing. Now, you look at it from a different viewpoint where you see Shanahan, you see McVay, you see Andy Reid, and these guys had interest in Carson Wentz. But if it was like Chase Daniel, you'd say, oh, how's this guy keep on getting,
no, I'd say
how's this guy keep getting a job?
No, I didn't. I looked at that as saying, I'm a guy who totally overvalues the backup quarterback. And that was before Nick Foles. I'm always complaining about that we have a bad backup quarterback. Like, so I'm not that guy.
Because I know a lot of people are like, how does Chase Daniel keep on getting a job?
No, I'm like, look, Chase Daniel, like, may be one of my idols in life.
Yeah, of course.
I think it's fantastic.
So would you rather be right or wrong about your opinion? Even if you being right means the team, something's going poorly with one of our favorite teams, how are you prioritizing tonight's games? We have the Sixers fighting for the 6th seed, the Flyers fighting for their lives, and the Phillies looking to win their second straight series. And lastly, when it comes to picking favorites, why do we defend somebody till no end, even though they might be struggling the same way that somebody you have your doubts on?
How do they handle it? What's their attitude? What's their body language? Do they act like they care? Are they above it all?
Okay.
I think Nick Castellanos has terrible body language. I think he has.
I don't disagree with you.
I think his demeanor and everything is not good.
Okay.
So I understand people being like, yeah, he's not a guy I'm out there rooting for.
Right.
Except for the fact that he wears the laundry of my team.
Absolutely. All right, before we get to the phone lines, what do we have on the text line there, Connor?
Yeah, so Anthony from St. Pete checks in. He first says he'd rather be wrong if it affects my team in a positive way.
Yes. Of course.
He also answers the question about priority for the games tonight. He's going Flyers first, Sixers second, Phillies third, because he thinks the Flyers have a huge game. The Sixers should take care of the Pistons, and the Phillies are so early on in the season.
That is a accurate way to look at it. I just don't want to watch maybe the 8th straight loss and the nail in the coffin. I'd rather look away from the car crash. I'm not the person driving on 76 and there's a car crash and I slow down and make everybody else's life behind me miserable.
The onlooker delay.
I keep driving.
I think that might be Anthony that we met down in Tampa, on one of our Tampa broadcasts.
Cool.
That's good. We appreciate everybody all around the country listening.
And watching on YouTube. Thank you for our YouTube audience as well. All right, let's go to the phones. Go to Black Gritty. What's up, BG?
What's up, guys? So the Nick Castellanos thing, the reason you love Nick is because he doesn't care. And when he's bad, that's why you hate Nick, because you know he doesn't care. Like, he the way he gives interviews is nonchalant, unbuttoned, chest out, you know what I mean? Liam's captain of the city. When everything's good, he still
All right, let me ask you something, BG. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Jalen Hurts is the same way.
No, it's not the same.
Yes, it is. Jalen Hurts has the same demeanor. I think he is so stoic when they're winning. And then when they're losing, we get upset that he's still so stoic.
He's stoic. I'm talking about Nick not caring. Like, Nick could go nuclear, and he's like, man, and he just gives an attitude of, like, whatever, because he's like, you're going to say I suck next week. Like, he literally does those things that makes you feel that way. It's different. Jalen's always like, let us do. We do the bit. He's a nerd.
He's a robot.
Yeah, it's different. It doesn't make you feel the thing. Like, the one guy makes me feel like I'm in the mafia, and it doesn't matter what I do. The other guy feels like I'm in a corporate business meeting having a lunch order.
I think both guys, though, Gritty, I think both guys give the Hurts and Castellanos give the illusion that they don't need us. That we're not.
I'll give you.
That we aren't really important to either one of their existences, and that's the way I feel. And I love Jalen Hurts, and I'm not a huge fan of Nick Castellanos, but I have they have this way about them that it's like my life's going to be fine
BG.
whether I got to deal with you or not.
All right, interesting. Hold on a second.
You got
Hold
that?
on a second.
Okay.
Coming up next, do they need us? We'll discuss this because there was a story.
Let's save this, yes.
Something happened earlier this NFL season with a division rival where I don't know if we would have handled it well if this player said it as a member of the Eagles. But I don't know if they're wrong. All right? This is like a deeper conversation.
This is spinning out.
The 7 o'clock hour is going to get heavy.
On a special edition of Oprah.
It's going to get heavy next segment. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
You say it with such confidence. Well, he'll be available in the playoffs. Yes. You said that. Joel Embiid, we have no such guarantee.
John, they wouldn't have brought him back if they thought that he wouldn't be able to play in the playoffs, right? They wouldn't have brought him back for one game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's not like that was the first time he ran.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm talking about is when he gets out, then they find out how healthy he really is. He may be in serious pain. And I don't imagine it's easy coming back off of a major surgery and what, 9 weeks off. I don't think that's easy.
But you're talking about how it's not easy, but you want him to play tonight.
No, because
you're almost upset that he's questionable.
No, if he isn't playing tonight, what I'm telling you, I'm not mad at him if he's not playing.
I'm not saying that you're mad.
But what I'm saying to you is if he's not playing tonight, I'm not just going to drink the Kool-Aid and go, yeah, he'll be ready for
I'm
the
not
playoffs.
asking you to drink the Kool-Aid. I'm just asking people to be excited for a playoff game or a playoff round.
I'm excited to watch it. If I find out Joel Embiid's not playing at 5:30, I'm sorry if my excitement level's not going to be there.
If he doesn't Kincade and Salciunas, good Tuesday morning. So John said something last segment that immediately triggered a memory in my mind. So we were talking about Nick
Isn't that where memories live?
Yes, and it triggered. Well, sometimes there's deeper memories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look, doing this for a living, we remember stupid stuff that really don't help us down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this one actually does because it leads to further conversation.
Okay.
But if you're just tuning in, this is what we've been talking about. We talked about whether or not we'd rather be right or wrong when it comes to our sports opinion. And there's people on social media just don't get it.
They're not listening to the conversation.
Right. If you think that a guy stinks, there are people that wait to be correct and say, this is what I say. I told you. I know what I'm talking about.
I told you so is one of the biggest tenets of sports radio from many hosts and callers.
Not even sports
and
radio.
listeners.
Life. People love doing I told you so, right? Forget sports. Man, you shouldn't be dating that girl. And then if the girl cheats on him, you go, dude.
Told you.
I told you. Like, we all do it in every walk of life. But you know what? If my buddy ends up marrying that girl, she never cheated on him, they're happy and live their lives till the day they die happily ever after. I'm glad I'm wrong because that means my best friend, is happy, right? So it's all walks of life. There are people that would rather be right sometimes when it comes to their sports opinion. I would rather be wrong if my opinion on some player or a team is negative, right? I thought the Eagles making the playoffs 3 years ago, because of COVID and all kinds of reasons why they got to the playoffs. I was like, oh, this is a fake playoff team. That experience may have helped them the next year.
It did help them.
When they go to the Super Bowl. So I'm glad that I was wrong about my opinion when it came to that playoff team. I'm just a different breed. You're a different breed where we actually admit when we are wrong about something because there are a lot of people in this industry that will never admit to being wrong about something.
Well, I never understand that.
I will once I'm wrong about something.
Oh, because you've never been wrong. That's a good point. So that was one conversation. Another thing that we got into was how are you prioritizing tonight? Because there's 3 games in Philadelphia. They're all pretty big games. Well, the Phillies probably the least important game.
It is
but
the least important.
It's a wheels up.
That's always fun.
I love watching Zach Wheeler pitch. Lastly, why do we pick certain players as favorites over others? And that led to the Nick Castellanos thing, because I don't know if there's many people that love Nick Castellanos, right?
I don't believe there are.
They love when he hits a home run against Spencer Strider.
Yes.
But I don't think when people say, who are your favorite Phillies, I don't think there's many people picking Nick Castellanos first. I think there's a lot of people that will pick Stott, Bohm, obviously Harper.
Well, wait, you just named 3 that I would put ahead of Castellanos.
Right, and I'm saying
Marsh.
Yeah, there's probably people
seriously.
Castellanos might be closer to 9th out of the starting 9.
Turner.
Wow,
I'll put ahead of him.
And here's the deal. Castellanos, I don't know, like he had a very productive season last year.
He's had some big moments,
and had some great moments in the playoffs last year, and then obviously you crapped the bed in the NLCS. So you said something about Nick Castellanos and Jalen Hurts. Can you just repeat what you said last segment?
I think they both have the same, though they are very different people. And I am totally in the camp of Jalen Hurts, and I have never found myself in the camp of Nick Castellanos. I think they're the same type of – they give off the same image of we don't need the fans. I don't need you. I'm in myself. I'm in my own little world. I am absolutely just in a cocoon of myself. I'm on an intellectual plane with Jalen. It's this intellectual plane stuff. I'm so deep. I'm Confucius that I'm on a different plane than the average person.
Right.
Whereas I don't think it's relatable.
Okay.
I don't think Jalen Hurts is very relatable at all.
So you said that.
Like as an athlete, he's great.
Right.
But I don't think he's relatable at all.
So when you said that, it immediately triggered something in my mind. I'm going to take you back, and we have the audio for it. I'm going to take you back to September 19th of 2023. So this is probably week 2 or 3 of the NFL season.
All right.
And I told you this was a division rival. And I don't know how this would have gone over if this was said in Philadelphia. I really don't know. But I understand what he's saying.
All right.
Now, I
don't remember where you're going with this, but it was in the height of chemo, so.
Okay.
I will.
I'm not a Kayvon Thibodeau fan. By any means. I don't think he's a good dude. Remember when he pretended to fall asleep when he knocked out Nick Foles?
No question.
There's a lot of things about Kayvon Thibodeau that rubbed me the wrong way, right?
Yes.
But here he was in the middle of the week in between games talking about the fans of New York.
I mean, because the thing is, every fan just wants to be a part of a winning team, right? So even early in that game, our own fans are booing us. They're giving up on us. And then as soon as we start to win, now everybody's cheering and everybody's excited. Everybody wants to get a jersey signed and this and that. And it's a tough situation, but when you start to realize that the only people that matter are the people in the room, and the only people who are really here for us is us. And as long as we continue to focus on that and continue to control the narrative and keep pushing forward, we'll be all right.
Now, no bleep, Sherlock. When things are going poorly, people boo, and when things are going well, people cheer, right? Like,
yes.
Darius Slay has to understand that. Remember, he said on his podcast, like, man, we're walking off the field at halftime, we're getting booed. Yeah, because you're losing. And you're
playing like crap.
And you're in the midst of a 1-6 stretch. Like, of course, you're going to get booed. But the thing that I remember most from that is Kayvon Thibodeau says, you start to realize that the only people that really matter are us. We're the ones on the field. So do we really need to matter? It's a tough question.
Whoa. Well, do we need to matter as do you want to run off your customers? No. I understood what he said.
Jalen Hurts isn't running off customers.
No.
If the Eagles are winning games, people are there. But Jalen Hurts doesn't have to be like, yeah, I'm best friends with Philadelphia fans.
No, I think that Jalen is very aloof.
Okay.
I think Nick Castellanos is very aloof. I don't relate to that. I don't relate to the aloof.
But you're interesting because you don't like pandering.
No, I do not. But I don't think there's a difference between pandering and aloof.
So what do you like? What do you like?
Like Nick Sirianni showing up in town, and I'm a big Villanova fan, and I'm a big Sixers fan, and you were here freaking 2 weeks. It's such pandering, it annoys the hell out of me. Stop it. You're not.
It doesn't
You're not.
me at all.
You couldn't have named me. He couldn't have named me the Sixers starting five.
You're right.
And it's pandering. That's a difference. I'm a big Villanova fan.
But
no,
maybe,
you're not.
Maybe he started watching and he wants to support the teams that he's a part of.
But then don't tell me you're not a big fan because you haven't bled. You don't know them.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah.
But the idea is that to me, I think Jalen doesn't have he doesn't have proper coaching behind the scenes.
Does he need to?
Yes, I think relatability.
Why? People are still buying his jersey. He was the number one selling jersey before the season started last year.
I couldn't be more hurtsed up. But I think relatability is important. When things go poorly,
but you know what's funny?
People think they can relate to you.
Now my mind's swirling, right? I remember listening to the best show ever 2 years ago. All right, 2022 Phillies season, and it was right around the JT Realmuto Toronto issue.
Oh, okay,
right?
good, yes.
Now, Realmuto was dumb for saying, oh, I'm just losing a little bit of money, right? Whereas his little bit of money is a salary for some people, right? And I remember the best show ever asking the question, is this team likable? And a lot of people said no.
I don't think JT Realmuto is relatable.
All right. Well, I don't think Carson Wentz is relatable, but I rooted for Carson Wentz.
I did again.
I never wanted to have a beer with Carson Wentz.
But I don't think Carson Wentz is relatable. I don't think JT Realmuto is relatable. And I thought that was arrogant.
No, I agree.
A window into the soul of how he really feels.
But hold on. They start winning, they make that magical run. Everybody loves now they're the most likable team that they've ever been a part of. Now they're the 1993 Phillies.
And that's a little different it's just different for me. I don't look at JT Realmuto any differently depending on how I look at him.
But you know people do.
How I look at him and how I feel about the person and the way they carry themselves and everything doesn't change. I will be, JT Realmuto is to me, it's arrogant as a fan. But it's like, look, players are once they're wearing your uniform, you got to buy in. You got to buy in, and
I don't know if they have to. A lot of players they finish the game and they go home.
No, I get, but you have to buy into them
because the days of the Flyers, the Broad Street Bullies going to the bar afterward. Those days are gone.
But if you want to be happy as a sports fan, and you get guys on your team that you don't dig, you just not as a fan, you don't connect with, you still got to root for their success and hope that they're the people that carry.
So you know what's funny? Connor and I have had this conversation. Back in my midday days and Connor produced the first week of it before, we came over here and before Ray, started producing the show. We had a conversation about whether or not likability matters to you. I don't give a damn.
So you don't?
If you're good, that means you're winning. And if you're winning, I'm happy. Now, I don't want you to be scum of earth. I don't want you to be being Odubel Herrera, right? Like, but I might not rock with you, but if you are winning games, that I'm happy about that. Now, you are somebody that prefers likability.
I prefer likability, but remember when we had the conversation last week about why we watch sports? I'm a win over everything. So,
okay.
You're a ruthless fan.
Yeah.
He is a ruthless fan.
I don't care if I like you. Likability is preferable, and I think it makes things easier on the athlete. I don't think it makes things easier on the fan base. I think if you're able to present yourself as likable to the fan base, your time in Philadelphia is easier. I think that's just.
And I think it's easier.
I agree
because look, they give.
But then you'll rip somebody for pandering when they're trying to relate with the city.
No, there's a difference between pandering and being genuine.
Well,
there are people who are genuine. There are people who do not pander. I didn't see Trey Turner come to town and be like, "Oh, I'm a huge Sixers fan, by the way. Oh, and I'm all fired up."
So you hated the Bryce Harper jacket.
I do not dig that about. I did not dig any of the. No, look, if he's wearing Philly stuff.
No, he wore. Remember, it was a Phillies, Sixers, Eagles, Flyers jacket.
I'm like,
it was an ugly jacket.
You're trying.
It was kind of cool. It was hideous.
And
but
I would just say you're trying too hard.
So,
but the thing is, Bryce is somebody who I believe Bryce Harper is a genuine person.
Right.
In that, I think he bleeds during losing. I think he's a guy who just it eats him alive when he's struggling. I don't know that it eats Nick Castellanos.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think.
And that matters to me.
If I asked Nick Castellanos for $10, I don't think he'd give it to me. But if he hits 10 home runs in a week, I'm celebrating.
No, well, that's fine.
Even if he tipped me $10.
They are, look, players. I've said this before. I've never said it to you guys, but it used to be one of my staples. We are a necessary evil to them. They are a necessary evil to us.
Okay.
In certain situations.
It's very true.
They need us. We need them. It doesn't have to be kumbaya. It doesn't have to be that. Players don't have to be likable. They don't have to be.
Well,
there's a player.
For some people, they do.
There's a player on the Phillies who will not sign autographs because he has a contract with an autograph company. So if a little kid's asking for an autograph, he will not sign an autograph.
Which is sad.
I think that is a you are poop on my shoe. That is what that says.
But
that little kid but I could get $25 if I sign an autograph with my company. That would be you are poop on my shoe.
I know, and I will not say the person's name. I know I won't even say the team. I will tell you off the air. I know a fan favorite that has that same deal.
Yeah.
But
I know a pretty popular player that does. I know two, in fact.
But they're getting their money.
I had one of those in college. I mean, listen, you got to do what you got to do.
No, they're getting their money to if any professional athlete, to me. And I'm not saying you have to sign 500 autographs.
Right.
But any professional
if a kid
athlete
goes up
that is
to you.
with a little kid and you won't sign because you have a contract with a signing company, to me, you're an a-hole. Like that. I'm sorry. You are an arrogant a-hole. That there's a young fan. It's not you're not being bothered by a middle-aged man holding you out of baseball.
Right.
Who, by the way, if I was a player,
I would turn it down.
Every middle-aged man that tried to get me to sign a baseball, I'd be like, dude.
I'd say pay me first.
No, thanks.
All right, you can climb in text line or phone line,
Sure.
610-632-0975. Let's expand on this conversation. Why it kind of stems off of the why we pick favorites things. Right?
This is a very spinning conversation, but it's good.
It is. It's why we pick favorites, and sometimes people pick favorites because of likability. I don't give a damn. If you're talented, Ben Simmons seemed like the most unlikable guy. But when he was going 16, 12, and 12, and I saw a 6'11 athletic freak.
You were mesmerized by his talents, and you didn't care.
And I wanted him to just be good because that means the Sixers were good. I didn't care if he walked around and said, I don't need to give you any of my time. As long as you're good. Let's go to Mike and Delran. What's up, Michael?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hi,
How you
Mikey.
doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
You know what? I hope it's not Castellanos you're talking about because I've seen him.
No, it's not. It's not Castellanos with the autographs now.
Okay, cool. Because I was at an Eagles game early in the season, tailgating, and I was watching the Phillies leaving a practice one day, and I watched him pull his car up to the street. He gets out with cars behind him and starts signing all these autographs for all these kids. Big smile, kids were loving it.
That's cool.
It was really
that's
cool,
very
right?
cool
Like,
to see.
I would have never expected to see that from him because I agree with you that I just didn't think he would be that kind of guy. But what I think happens sometimes as fans, I think we take too much stock in what people say in front of a microphone or don't say in front of a microphone. Because at the end of the day, we're all people, and we've all probably said things in our lives that don't define who we really are, right? And like as fans, we might take some of those to the complete extreme. Whereas, maybe that's not really who they are. Like I've only hung out with 2 athletes in my life. I've hung out with Trey Thomas for a while, and I hung out with Connor Thomas for a while.
That's true. That's an athlete right there.
So when I look at athletes, like I don't care if I'm going to be friends with them. I don't really care if I like them. I care if they give everything they got at every game, and that's what matters to me. So they could be the biggest loser in the world,
right?
Or they could be the coolest guy in the world. But at the end of the day, for me as a fan, like that's not what's going to matter to me because I really, truly don't know what that person is outside of the game.
You're a mercenary, and
Thanks,
they're a
Mike. I
mercenary. Thank you,
appreciate it.
Mikey. You're a mercenary. They're a mercenary.
Now, it is easier when a guy is supremely talented and relatable or awesome. Look, the whole relatability thing, I don't know how much we can relate to professional athletes. I know we're all human, but they're also making buku bucks, and they have, first world problems, right? But like a guy like Jason Kelce, the reason why people love him is because, A, he's an all-pro and future Hall of Famer, and because people liked him, right? And he was a fun guy, the Mummers costume, right? Like he went down as a legend. He could have retired after that moment, and he would still be talked about the way that he is now.
The one thing I'd say to you is that if I was probably put in like the 20 guys in my life that I would go, okay, these are the guys that, not family members, that I've gotten closest to in my life. I'd say maybe 4 of them are ex-professional athletes.
Right.
I don't consider, you absolutely can relate to them on so many ways. It's just one little thing you can't relate to them on. We bond as sons, brothers,
right? Okay,
fathers, parents, whatever it is.
Now,
Like
ex-athletes, but during their career,
yeah. I mean, well, I honestly is that I tried not to when I covered teams where I was part of a broadcast team or everything. I tried to keep some sort of a little level distance. But I got to know quite a bit, and I felt we related on everything but payday. Like that was it.
Right. Okay.
That's the only thing we didn't relate on.
Well,
I think athletes are much more relatable than people think. We can't relate to a professional athlete. I disagree completely.
But I think a lot of people feel like they can relate to like Garrett Stubbs. But are you hanging out with Garrett Stubbs? Is anybody here? That's what
I would probably have a beer with him.
No, you would. But I'm saying
you would.
Would you? Like, I'm not saying would you.
Would you go in the pool with him in Arizona?
Are you ever going to get the chance to hang out with Garrett Stubbs? No. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you might, though. You might. I mean, you might. But the thing is, I get what you're saying. And one thing is, I think this, I guarantee you this. I know people who have, by accident, hung out with Brandon Marsh, and they love him.
Right.
And Brandon is a kid I watched in high school play football. He is a charming young man and like a big puppy dog.
Right.
Like, but he's a guy who very much puts himself in the orbit of normal people. I know. Look, Shaquille O'Neal goes to freaking Walmart and shops every week. He goes to Walmart with a cart and walks around and meets the common people every day, the common people, and is one of them.
Well, yeah.
So like, there's some things I can't relate to Shaq being worth $900 million.
Or owning Pizza Hut or Papa John's. Sorry.
Like, I mean, I can't relate to that part of it, but I can relate to the fact that he's more normal than people. How about this? He's far more normal than people that I have worked with in this business who sit behind a mic who make less than I do in life.
Okay.
And they act like they're celebrities.
Right.
Shaq doesn't do that.
All right, we have a text on this, Connor?
Yeah, we do. We have a check-in here from Trevor in Percy. He says, Castellanos has a relatability factor to him. The sports dad everyone wants to be and how he interacts with Liam brings that out. Jalen doesn't have any relatability, talking about Jalen Hurts.
See, and that's funny because I know people feel a certain type of way about the Liam thing.
What do you mean?
I think I have talked to people that think it's a bit much.
I think it's a bit much.
I don't.
So I'm one of those people.
I think it's awesome.
No. I think it's great.
Good for his kid is getting the experience of a lifetime.
No, I think that's absolutely fantastic. The only thing I would say to you is, and I guarantee it because I've seen athletes do that before, there are many, many times where other athletes would say, yeah, I have a kid too.
I got you.
I have kids too.
Well,
but when I see it, it's heartwarming.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And it warms your heart
Watching
when you see
him
it.
hit BP with Roger Clemens pitching to him last year.
The love affair
that's
is pretty
awesome. All right, we'll continue the conversation. You can climb in on the phone lines or text line 610-632-0975. And we're also going to get into some Eagle stuff. I have a digital content post. For the Beasley Media Group that I'll give to you about Howie Roseman and his success as a general manager with free agent signings. We'll talk about that. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Turnbull tosses a gem. I'm Connor Thomas.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker. You know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a chance.
Seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the?
I do not.
Lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, I think that
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want
the color scheme.
I want your. I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme and it's the lettering and it's the.
I just. The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. I like my baby blue, man. The powder blue, that's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light, it's too much for me. It's way too much.
It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out, that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights,
yes,
he can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a chance.
Seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up?
Tuesday morning, we'll be joined momentarily by Jeff McClain from the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. Of course, he joins us every single Tuesday.
Does Jeff sign autographs?
I don't know.
I think he would. I think he'd take a selfie.
I don't know how many people ask for Jeff McClain's autograph. And that's not me disrespecting Jeff McClain. I don't know how many people want beat reporters' autographs. I don't know. I signed one autograph in my life. It was the weirdest thing in my life.
It is weird.
It's very strange.
Yeah, it's weird signing an autograph.
So I'm not, I wasn't really ready for that. By the way, coming up in about 30 minutes, your next chance to win $1,000 on this show. And I want to remind you, go to 975thefanatic.com contest page. I'm going to it right now. I am on the contest page, 975 The Fanatic, and it took one scroll down. You can win a trip for 2 for anybody with Avelo Airlines. Nominate someone that you think deserves to win 2 round-trip flights on Avelo Airlines. Could be a teacher, could be a local firefighter, could be a police officer. You cannot nominate yourself, but you can always nominate somebody that you think might bring you. And we're announcing winners the next 3 Fridays. So this Friday, April 12th, the 19th, and the 26th. It's all sponsored by Avelo Airlines at Wilmington Airport. Delaware's favorite airport is close to home and has convenient parking, shorter lines, and easy, relaxed atmosphere. To fly Avelo out of the Wilmington Airport, visit AveloAir.com on the contest page.
I'm fascinated to see who people nominate.
Yep, can't wait for it. I nominate on the Comcast Business Hotline from the Inquirer.com. I believe he deserves a vacation, Jeff McClain. Jeff, I'm nominating you for a trip for two, anywhere you want, okay?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
He's very honest about that.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, man. I'm sure you would. All right, Jeff, so we're getting closer to the NFL draft all of a sudden. I mean, this Thursday will be 2 weeks until the NFL draft, or 2 Thursdays till the NFL draft. So I'm sure stuff is starting to come out. You might start to hear some stuff. I want to ask this question first. Knowing Howie Roseman, you've been covering him for a long time. Will the Eagles use all 3 of their draft picks, their first 3 draft picks, the 1 in the first round and the 2 in the second round, and select players with it, or do you think Howie's going to start moving around?
You mean so at the spots that they're located right now? I mean,
yes.
Unlikely, knowing Howie and his history and how he's inclined to bounce around. But, in the first round, he's more than anything, he's shown that he's prone to move up. And typically when he moves up, the results have been pretty good. So I could see him doing that. They're number 22 right now. There are probably maybe a handful of guys, I think, that they probably would be inclined to move up for, but it's going to take, obviously maybe one of those 2 second-round picks for them to move up. And it's probably going to take a player that falls just a bit so that they can get within range.
Jeff, I know talking to people around the league from time to time about drafts and leading up to other drafts, they would say, John, when you get to pick 20 to pick 40 is pretty much the same guy. It's just depending on what position they play and what you need. Are you hearing things about this draft? Is it top heavy? Do you think second round picks and third round picks are sort of going to be relatively the same? What are you hearing about the talent level and how deep it is?
Yeah, I mean, typically you hear that about there aren't 32 first-round players. Obviously, there'll be 32 players selected in the first round, but are they of that quality? And typically you see teams with in the 20s range. I think this draft is pretty deep. I wouldn't say it's extraordinarily deep, at least talking to some people around the league. Obviously, these next 2 weeks, I'll probably get a little more information in terms of what the Eagles may be doing. There is a lot of misinformation out there, as you guys probably know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there is a situation where I could see the Eagles even trading out of the first round. Maybe they think there's a lot of talent in the second round. We saw them do it in 2018, Dallas Goedert. Now they had the number 32 pick there, a little easier to do it then. But I just feel like Howie, number 22, if you can get in that teen range, and there's a guy that they really have targeted, and he's dropped a bit, and they don't have to give up a significant amount. I don't think he can move up 10 spots or 11, 12 spots, something like that. But if it's in the 7 to 4, 3, 2, 1 range, yeah, maybe he'd be inclined to do so.
The great Chris Mortensen once told me that around 2 weeks out from the draft, he believed that it was more misinformation being spread around than information. And he said sifting through that and the game of deception about where teams are pointed. How do you handle that? How do you try to decipher what you're hearing is true, or maybe that sometimes guys in your position could potentially be used to try to deflect away from where a team's really interested?
Yeah, I mean, that just all goes back to sourcing and being a reporter, right? It goes back to anything that you're hearing. You want to have sources that you trust that are truth tellers, and that's what I do. I just go back to people, whether it's in the Eagles organization, outside the organization, that I've long trusted and know that they'll give you the straight scoop, or they'll say, hey, you know what, I can't help you with this, and that's perfectly fine. Sure. But with the draft, it is tough. I mean, teams have a lot riding on these picks. Then last year, I'd found out the week of. Not that the Eagles were going to draft Jalen Carter, but that they were very keen on getting him. And I think I had a mock to the Eagles, or I had them, and we had to do a draft meter. I had the most likely player that they would get. I wasn't really sure entirely that he may fall to them. And that stuff kind of gets out there just by, the Eagles are pretty good about keeping things quiet. But if you're really big on a guy, and especially if there's only if you're picking that early in the draft, it's pretty easy to zero in on who they may pick. In 2013, I had Lane, I think, is the guy that they would select, because I'd heard there was a lot of buzz around that, and more than just buzz, I guess. Whatever they were doing in terms of working, bring him in, working him out. You just kind of sometimes you just have to cipher through Not as much what they say, but what they do, and that's sometimes how you can figure it out. But number 22 is tough. That would be tough to pick.
So speaking of that, the number 22, Jeff, is this a draft, at least early on, where Howie and the Eagles will look for maybe not a plug-and-play starter, but a guy that they think can start week one or early on in the season? Or is this more of a depth draft because you do have some aging players? You mentioned Lane Johnson. You have to think about his potential replacement. Just 2 years ago, the Eagles drafted Cam Jurgens with a second-round pick with the idea that he was eventually going to replace Jason Kelce. So is this a draft where the Eagles might be focusing on a starter early on because there is still a window? Or is this a, hey, let's replenish the talent and start getting younger in certain areas?
I think for the most part, what we've seen since I guess that 2020 draft is like Howie. They just want to get great players, and yeah, in some cases, okay, this guy can fill the spot, immediately, or this guy, we have a hole here. We made a mistake at wide receiver with Jalen Reagor. Let's maybe we're more inclined to take Devontae Smith here. Let's target him. We know this kid's a can't miss prospect, et cetera. Or, with Cam Jurgens, let's project someone that eventually we'll see starting in a particular spot. I think Howie Long is what he's done before the draft is make sure that they don't have to go into the draft looking to press needs if they have certain starting spots that haven't been filled. I may have said this here. I'm not really buying what he's saying about James Bradbury being a starter on the outside along Darius Slay. So I still feel like there's work to be done there at that spot. And maybe if, there's a corner that they feel like you can move up for, I don't know if there's one at number 22 they can get that they feel could start right away. But, again, you never know. And here's the one thing to also remember as well with, let's say, with the Eagles coming out of the draft and you're saying, oh, they don't have that starting cornerback. Well, we saw just 2 years ago when, they didn't have that starting safety and how he made the trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson just before the season, and there you had your starting safety. So, he's shown before that he doesn't have to get all done by the draft as well. But I think they just want to get good players, good prospects that not only fit your culture, the type of guys that love football, you can come in and not worry about that element, but also they can play in Philadelphia.
Do you, if I was to say to you, what kind of voice does Nick Sirianni hold in this draft within the halls of NovaCare? What would be your best answer for me?
That's a good question. Look, Howie has the final say. We all know, there's recent reporting that I've done over the years, Jeffrey has a say as well in those early rounds, or at least, he's going to sign off at least on the first one. But he looks into the draft as well. He loves it. And, it's going to come down to, who Howie trusts when it comes to some of these players at the certain positions. Whoever in the scouting department, right? Whoever in football operations, whoever in the coaching staff. We've seen him long lean on Jeff Stoutland when it comes to offensive linemen. Jeff has a very big voice in that room. Nick, I think he's had a voice, obviously, the last few years. They're listening to him clearly. He is not in charge of any of the personnel. That is Howie again. But has he lost some sway after last season? Is he going to get the guys that he wants? Is he going to be able to stand on the table and say, hey, you know what? I need this on offense, let's say. Obviously an offensive-minded head coach. I don't know. I think we're going to have to see how that plays out. But I think it's definitely – and it would be very hard to figure out whether he does have that sway based upon the picks.
Sure.
Immediately after, it'd probably take years and years of reporting to figure it out. Who knows? He might not even be here by the time we find out any of that. But I think that is a fair question to ask.
Jeff, if you were to just guess, right, because like you said, we'll find out. Vic Fangio as a player, Kellen Moore as a player, Nick Sirianni as a player. Whose opinion is Howie valuing most out of the three?
Well, defensively, obviously, I think Vic's going to, he'll sway with Vic on the defensive side. That's not Nick's master, his forte. But
it's down to two players. Like Vic Fangio wants this corner, Nick Sirianni wants this, offensive lineman. And Howie goes, who am I picking with?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I really don't know. I can't even make that guess. Again, there's so many voices in that room, or at least the voices in the process that when you get to that final draft board, it becomes increasingly difficult to cipher out who they swayed with or who had the loudest voice. And when it came to that certain pick as well. So it honestly would just be an exercise in futility if I even tried.
Any idea who will be announcing the first pick? You know how they always, have like the celebrities come out.
Oh, well, it's Raj, the first one.
After that, like who they will bring out, the first celebrity they'll bring out.
I mean, Andrew May knows about this about me, John.
You don't care.
I honestly with each passing year, I understand the draft has become this huge cottage industry of nonsense that's just out there, mock drafts and and speculating about this, that, or the other thing. To me, it's just when they become Eagles, that's when I really think. I love the draft, the actual draft. I hate all the nonsense before it because it's increasingly just doesn't have any value. You'll write a story about something that could maybe 100, 1 out of 1,000 chances may happen. It doesn't happen. That's not journalism to me. But that's just get off my lawn kind of commentary here from me.
No, I like it.
Now, last thing for you, Jeff. Speaking of great journalism, you mentioned something a couple statements ago. Finding out if they can play in Philadelphia. How high up on the list is that for their evaluation process of a player?
It's definitely in there. I mean, it depends on the position. Obviously, a quarterback, it's pretty huge. But it's interesting. Jason Kelsey, during his retirement speech, spoke a little bit about that and how it is tough for guys when they were originally coming here to kind of get the Philadelphia fan base, to get the media, to get how people view the Eagles here in Philadelphia. But I remember Andy Reid sitting me down very early in. He used to give me an hour before the season in his office. Don't get that much with head coaches anymore. But and him talking about Kevin Cobb, and I guess this is when they finally decided he was the starting quarterback for the 2010 season. And that was something he kept hammering home about Kevin being able to handle Philadelphia. And this is obviously post Donovan, who kind of got Philly not really, it didn't entirely affect his performance, but maybe at times you could sense that it did his mentality. Kevin obviously had other issues that held him back from being the starter, long-term starter here. But having gotten to know Kevin for a couple of years, he definitely had the right mental makeup, I think, to handle Philadelphia. And that's the quarterback spot. But they do factor it in. There's no doubt about it. They know that in this town, you need to have a certain fortitude to be able to take the criticism. And I'm not saying it's all good, because sometimes it's bad and it's negative, and it's not really, I think, conducive. But ultimately, I mean, Philadelphia, they'll tell you the truth. And when players aren't performing, they need to look in the mirror and be honest with themselves. And those, a lot of times, are the guys that do well here, and those are the guys that I think the Eagles are increasingly finding themselves wanting to draft.
Jeff, you're the man. We appreciate you.
Thanks,
coming
Jeff.
on as always, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
There he is, Jeff McClain on the Comcast Business Hotline from the Inquirer.com. All right, coming up next, I put out a digital content piece. Howie Roseman's free agent, most impactful free agent signings. We'll dive into that next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. They're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights,
yes,
he can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a
the 6th
chance.
seed. And I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll
Math
get to that
is bad,
later on.
yes.
But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's gotten more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens.
We
You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the
I do not.
lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, I think they're.
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want
the color scheme.
I want your. I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme, and it's the lettering, and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. My baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light is too much for me. It's way too much.
It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much. I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round.
Coming up at 8 o'clock, 2 things.
Two things at 8 o'clock?
You get to pick which one you prefer. One is your chance to win $1,000.
Okay, $1,000
with our signing bonus contest.
I think Christmas bills have been paid.
The other one is listening to Amy Fadool for an hour.
Oh, well, that's worth $2,000.
Well, I don't know what she's getting paid for the hour. I side with Amy more than $1,000.
Yeah, I think
that's how
so,
much
too.
I like Amy Fadool.
I think it is too.
Unlike the girl from that taco commercial. Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah, exactly. Amy comes your way at 8 o'clock. For the entire 8 o'clock hour, we'll get into a bunch of stuff with her. Like we said, tonight's a big night in Philadelphia sports.
It's huge.
And we get to talk about it all with her. That's why we love having her on, because she can literally talk about every single team in Philadelphia. And Coach Cal, as you were talking about before the show today, that you'd be interested to get her opinion on that.
My gut instinct is she's going to be happy he's gone. That it was time.
Okay.
That it was
there's
time.
always the
that it
it's
was time.
It's always time. All right, so we had Jeff McClain on. So it gives me a chance to talk Eagles, and it gives me a chance to plug my own work on 97.5thefanatic.com. Give me those clicks, baby. I came up with 11. You know, the new thing is you want to have weird numbers, apparently.
Really?
That's the new, data research.
Huh.
I'm letting the people know.
Is 11 a weird number?
Yeah.
So you want a top
instead of
9 list.
Instead of a top 10, it's, top 11, top 9 to your point. So I have the top 11. And this, let me say this right away. This all came to the top of my head. All right, I'm a football guy, so I would know. So
you are a football guy, yeah.
Order is my personal opinion. Reasoning is my opinion. You guys can debate, right? That's the beauty of sports talk. I mean, that's everything is about debate. So I put together my top 11 most impactful free agent signings made by Howie Roseman. Now, somebody already tweeted in, where's Malcolm Jenkins on this list? I did post-Chip Kelly regime.
Post-Chip Kelly.
When it's Howie's team. Right,
Yes.
like when Chip was here.
It was Chip's team.
It was Chip's team. When Andy was here.
It was Andy's.
It was Andy's team. Post-Chip, it has been Howie Roseman's team. So here are my top 11, and you'll notice something. It's impactful. It's not best sign. So, I don't have Saquon on here yet because he has not played a down.
No, he hasn't shown that he's doing anything.
But there have been players that, on paper, are better than the first name I'll give you. But coming in at number 11, you might laugh at it. I put Stefan Wisniewski.
He was a starter on a Super Bowl winning team.
Correct.
On the line.
Not just a starter on a Super Bowl winning team. He was your left guard.
Yes.
He had to play with Halapoulivaati Vaitai.
Watch your language.
Not Jason. Remember, Peters gets hurt.
Right, Peters gets hurt.
And Vaitai ends up being your left tackle in the Super Bowl, which I think sometimes people forget about. I remember they remember the Peters jersey coming out of the tunnel. But Vaitai was your left tackle in a game where you had to score 41 points to win. Your offensive line was paramount in that game. So I put Wisniewski at number 11.
Okay.
Number 10, I put Nigel Bradham in an organization that doesn't really value linebackers. He was a free agent signing. He was probably handpicked by Jim Schwartz, which I wrote on here. There's reason I wrote, to save time. There's reasonings why I explained. I put Torrey Smith at number 9. He was horrible during the regular season.
Awful.
Horrible. But he catches the iconic pass off of Keanu Neal, which then set up the shot to Alshon Jeffrey, which then kicked the field goal right before halftime. He also had the flea flicker touchdown in the NFC Championship game. Torrey Smith did more in the playoffs than he did in the entire regular season.
Yes.
Impactful.
Very impactful. I can't believe you're going to find money higher. I'm looking forward to it.
Patrick Robinson, I put at 8.
Fantastic.
Biggest play maybe in that entire playoff run.
I was waiting for that one.
If he doesn't have that pick 6, they might lose that game.
No,
the Vikings are driving downfield.
Well, they were still on their own side of the field.
Yeah, but after the first drive.
Yeah, but they were still on their own side of the field. They were at their own 30.
Correct. But if they go up 14-0.
Oh, absolutely.
Who knows where that game's going, right? I put Chris Long at 7 because he was the one that impacted that throw. He got to Case Keenum's arm.
Okay. It's the first one that I don't really. I think should be lower.
He also was a part of arguably the best defensive rotation on that line.
Okay.
Big culture guy, too.
Big culture guy.
Right.
And, him standing next to Fletcher Cox was fantastic.
That deserves
for the vibes with the jerseys. But I put Chris Long because also how impactful that rotation was. All right, I see you shaking your head. That's okay. We don't have to agree.
No, exactly. He'd be on my list. He's just not as high as you have.
6th, I put LeGarrette Blount.
Yes.
1 year. Only scored 2 touchdowns that year in the regular season. Do you realize that? 2 touchdowns. But he had 3 in the playoffs. One in each round. Falcons.
Okay.
Vikings, where he ran over Andrew Sandeo. And then the Patriots.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was the first touchdown of the game was the LeGarrette Blount run. And he ran for 90 yards in the Super Bowl. Coming in at number 5, even though he didn't win a Super Bowl, and notice a lot of these are Super Bowl guys, Javon Hargrave.
Okay.
The best defensive line in Eagles history, arguably. I know the Reggie White one gets a nod for a lot of people. He was an absolute beast. Number 4, Brandon Brooks. Wins the Super Bowl, and oh, by the way, was considered the best right guard in football.
Okay.
Right? I mean, he was considered the best right guard in football for 3 years. That's a pretty good signing. Hassan Reddick, I put in at number 3. Back-to-back years, double-digit sacks. He had 27 sacks in 2 seasons.
Okay.
I put Alshon at number 2, which I know is debated.
Big time.
Because he wasn't a number 1 wide receiver.
Big time.
But he was huge in the play. Actually, he was great all season long with Carson and Nick Foles. It just got weird toward the end.
It did.
With the whole Wentz and Alshon thing.
Sure. Okay.
And then Nick Foles was number 1.
Well, Foles has got to be number 1.
There's no debate.
I'm going Alshon much lower on my list.
Okay.
I'm going Brooks and Reddick higher.
Okay.
They're in my tops.
So Brooks is 4, so you think he's top 3?
Yes, I think Reddick is top 3.
Which he is. He's third on mine.
I think, and so he's there.
So you would drop Alshon.
Alshon is absolutely dropped.
Okay.
Like, Alshon's way down for me. And Long is too high, and Blunt is too high.
Now, part of the reason why they're higher is because they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
right?
but you said
impactful.
But I look at that as personal impactful.
Right. Okay. I'm
So
not saying
I don't like
on paper. No, impact, and those guys are. So I would love to continue this conversation.
Chris Long doesn't get there with me.
Okay, we got Amy coming up for the next hour. Your next chance to win $1,000 also at 8 o'clock. So we can continue to dive into this because I'm sure there's a player I missed. Again, this was all off the top of my head. I didn't do any research. All right. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Amy Fadool for the entire hour. Coming your way next. 97.5 The Fanatic.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles to draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker. You know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine that you might. Minutes. That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out, that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a
the 6th
chance.
seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was they're out.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you see.
You don't think it's the?
I do not.
Lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to.
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, I think they're.
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want
the color scheme.
I want your. I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme and it's the lettering and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not.
I like my baby blue, man. The powder blue, that's all I need.
Like he say powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light, it's too much for me.
Blue.
It's way too
It's
much
the
for
lightning
me.
with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that.
$1,000 is Cashmere, not the Chase Utley walk-up song. Not Cashmere. Cashmere. C-A-S-H-M-E-R-E. Again, C-A-S-H-M-E-R-E to 45911. Man, these cash contests used to be like 4-letter words. Or you can enter it on the Fanatic app or 975thefanatic.com. One winner selected at random will win $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. 975 The Fanatic signing bonus is presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. Demand Rand for justice. Please never text and drive. Good luck.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:02 on this Tuesday morning. We got today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in about 3 minutes, 8:05, as we do every single day. And joining us now for the entire hour from NBC Sports Philadelphia. I can't believe she's joining us after she was just on with us for an hour on Friday.
She can't believe it either.
Amy Fadool.
Sure I can.
She's
Amy,
like,
good
what's
morning.
happened to me?
Good morning, glutton for punishment.
Thanks for coming on.
back.
I'm here for the
surprised.
$1,000.
Yeah. Oh, did you type in the word cashmere
I did.
and not
Cashmere.
Not
Cashmere.
the Chase
Cashmere.
Utley song.
And that sweater is not cashmere you're wearing.
Not this. I think it's just merino.
She's wearing
wool.
a nice pink sweater today.
Is Chase Utley's walk-up song like when you hear that? It's.
I don't think of anything else. If I hear
No.
cashmere ever on the radio, there's one thing. I look around.
And is there any other walk-up song that you think of a player immediately?
Like a walk-up song? No, I mean,
Or entrance song or anything?
Inner Sandman. I think of
Okay.
Mariano Rivera.
L-L-K. L-L-K. It puts a smile on my face every
Dude,
time.
it's a great song. And Ty Verde's a great artist.
And that I couldn't have told you. Ty Verde. The Miami series when he hit the grand slam.
I was there. I was
that
there.
the audio of just
It
the
was amazing.
lead up to it was freaking amazing.
It's pretty iconic. By the way, Ty Verde was actually interviewed about that, and he said it was the coolest moment of his career. Think this guy's making millions of dollars creating music, and that was the coolest moment of his career. Watching a random, he's not from Philly. He's watching a random baseball game, and he hears his walk-up song.
Thousands of people singing his song, and the guy hits a grand slam. That's absolutely memorable.
That was an amazing,
It was awesome.
amazing moment.
Absolutely amazing. So, Amy, we got a very busy night tonight.
Yes.
And
very busy. All three.
All three. So what are you working one of the three
Absolutely.
today?
Every Sixers game.
Yeah,
Every
okay.
Sixers
So
game,
you're
pre
working
and
Got to
post.
work everyone.
But how
Every
do
single
you
one.
handle, because you're not just the Sixers person.
Right. Yeah, you have to do everything.
How do you yourself handle doing your job, but then you also have Zach Wheeler on the mound tonight, which is always fun to watch, and then the Flyers are trying to survive at this point.
Yeah, surviving is right. I mean, obviously, they really needed some of those wins. They have not gotten one. We all know, I think, what the percentage was, like 25% at this point, first time out of the playoff kind of spot in 4 months. Yeah, multitasking. I mean, you guys do it. We all do it. We all multitask. We all have our phones, our iPads. The beauty of working at NBC Sports Philadelphia is there's multiple televisions.
That's true.
And so we can go ahead and watch as many. I mean, I have a television at my desk. I have a television, a 50-inch flat screen right above my desk. There's 5 or 6 more that are viewable. So you watch all that, and obviously I'm going to be streaming it as well, just to make sure I keep everything. Because yeah, you have to be able to talk about it, and it's not just because you come on here or because if you work. Because you're at the Home Depot and you're at the grocery store and you see the guy and you're just trying to get your deli, and all of a sudden they want to chit chat about the Flyers.
What'd you think about the game
yeah,
last
exactly.
night?
Like
Right.
Harrison, a little shaky. Okay, yeah, I gotta lock into that. So yeah, I mean, and I'm generally interested. There's a reason I do this,
Well, you're
just
a
like you
sports
guys.
fan. Yeah, exactly.
I go to the games. I mean, there's a reason I do this. But yeah, you have to just kind of be able to, and it's so great when we're in that environment at our newsroom because everyone else is into it. So I've got Ricky Vitalico who sits right behind me, and I know exactly what's going on or if there's a big moment in the game because that guy is just super quiet and very, very reserved.
He's very shy.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
very
yeah.
reserved. So those guys will kind of alert you to this, and it's funny when you hear some kind of big outburst. Everybody starts looking up, where
Which
are we looking?
screen is it?
Which
Yeah.
one? Are we over here? Are we over here? So, obviously you have the Sixers people locked in, you have the Phillies people locked in, and the Flyers people locked in. So it's kind of like being at a very, very frenetic sports bar without the booze.
Well, we're going to talk about all 3 games today, and we're going to ask what you're prioritizing as well, even though I know you want to watch them all equally, like you're supposed to love all your kids equally.
Well, she's got to do work.
But let's face it, we're at a certain point of the season where we might be looking at one screen more. But it's 8:05. It's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hello, Connor.
What's up, everybody?
Hi, Connor.
Amy, welcome into today's
Thanks, buddy.
headlines. We've got some great stuff to react to today. And
Some are saying this is our best segment of the show.
Some.
Because we don't
Yeah,
talk,
that
we
some
don't
is
talk
Connor.
as much.
Well, this is going to be interesting to get your guys' take on this one, and we may talk a little bit more about this later on in the show, but Reese Hoskins had some interesting things to say. He was asked about his return to Philadelphia upcoming in June.
How about dumb?
Well, that's your reaction. Let's hear what the man had to say.
You know how they greet guys who used to play in Philly. Are you going to get booed when you go back to Philly?
My guess is yes. I'm hoping, I don't know if hope is the right word, but if I'm getting booed, it probably means that the Brewers are doing something to be winning the game or to win the game. So I'll kind of root for that as a way to make sure that we, the Brewers, are coming out on top. I'm excited to go back. I'm excited to see all those guys, those relationships that I've talked about. I'm excited to compete against them, wearing a different uni. But I said this when I signed. I hope the Brewers win at the end of the day.
He doesn't mean that.
No.
He doesn't mean any of that.
He doesn't think he's going to get booed. There's no way he thinks
Why is he even articulating that?
So I have a theory.
feeding into their media.
I have a theory. It's the please don't boo me because I love you guys. And it's almost like he wants the people to start tweeting in, no, Reese, I did it.
We love you, Reese.
My first, when I
just
saw that
pandering.
yesterday, my first thought was I have to tweet out, you're wrong, we love you.
Yeah, that's
Did
pandering.
you?
Yes.
Oh, that's pathetic.
Well, no, I said.
Now, that's absolutely pathetic on your part.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, we love you, Reese.
I didn't say it like that. I said it. I'll read it my way. This is a wild assumption. Come on, Reese.
Okay, well, that's
different from what you said.
I didn't say I love you.
Well,
but,
I thought you said I love you.
But that's what he's. I think that's what he's going after.
I
he
think so,
wants
too.
people to say
Little
I
reverse
love
psychology.
you.
Yes. No, I think he wants to desperately be loved.
Well, yeah. But I mean, why would you set it up that way? Wouldn't you just come out and be like, hey, I hope that why wouldn't you just be a little bit more forthright? I hope that they cheer me. I enjoyed my time there. Call it a day.
Right. It's not.
Call it a day.
Look, you listen to press conferences. You listen to interviews. Is it really that hard?
No. Well, it's funny you guys had McLean on, and one of the things, and I'm so glad you followed up with it. How are they going to react to being in Philadelphia? It's like we're this big bad monster here. It's not that hard.
Oh, I think it's
not that hard.
Compared to the Philly I grew up in, to the Philly that I started to work in the media with.
Oh, well, yeah.
To today, it's sunshine and freaking lollipops here compared to how it used to be. I mean, it's I don't even recognize it.
It's a
in
different
lot of
athlete nowadays. Like the sensitivity level is up a little bit higher, I think.
And it's a different media.
True.
It's a different media. Is that the whole approach to things?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I also think that he was kind of responding. He talked about if the Brewers were up, so he might have been talking more over the course of a game.
But that wasn't the original question.
Yeah,
the original question was, do you expect to be booed by former Philly great Eric Kratz, who asked that question?
I'm just trying to see all angles here. That's what we do in this
Turkey Bacon out there asking these hard-hitting questions, okay? That's what we remember him. Godsall's Turkey Bacon.
No,
I remember nothing else about Eric Kratz.
That, and then I was at a random game. I was in college, so, I took the sub. I was at Temple, so I took the Broad Street line, and I saw Eric Kratz and Freddie Galvis go back-to-back off Aroldis Chapman to win 3-2.
Oh, I do remember that game.
The most random memory from a team that was never going to win.
Galvis.
Yes.
Galvis.
Freddie Galvis. Remember
Him
that?
with the Galvis.
It was like Galvis, and then all of a
Pinto.
sudden,
Galvis.
Ricardo
Yeah.
Pinto.
Like Pinto.
drives him crazy.
No, I said if somebody tells me how to say their name, say their name.
All right, pronunciation crew in there. We've got a team here to talk about that actually did win something last night. They've won 2 things in a row.
It is a Yukon coronation. The Huskies make history. Back-to-back national champions.
Just such a huge margin of victory in every game they play in the tournament. Back-to-back national championships for the Yukon Huskies in men's basketball. Was that the greatest men's basketball run of all time collegiately in the tournament?
No.
No.
A resounding no from everybody.
I mean, Villanova, you remember in 2018, smoked Oklahoma. Buddy Hield's old Oklahoma team. That wasn't even close.
Yeah, and then there've been better teams like that Florida Gators team for what year?
The Gators back-to-back was
a very good team.
The Gators to me was a more impressive back-to-back.
I mean, that's probably one of the better teams as well, and that's from my childhood. I'm sure there was 20 years before that you could make the case
You
for.
had so many more veteran players, juniors and seniors in the tournament when Billy Donovan's Gators went back-to-back.
Well, you got a lot of them now. These kids are 25 years old after the COVID year and the transfer portal and everything in the NIL. These are grown men out there doing your accounting
There was a guy that
taxes.
was, 28 playing in the tournament this year? 27 or 28? I forget for what school, but it was one of the play-in teams. He was like 27 years old.
It's pretty remarkable.
Crazy.
It's unreal. And you guys are right. No was the right answer. But, hey, we don't have the debate if I don't ask.
Plus,
so
it's
you gotta
Connecticut.
ask.
Yes, there
Yes,
you go.
it is.
You don't want Ricky Bo to have
don't tell him
anything
that.
more to be
Yeah,
He gets no more
peacocking
joy.
with.
That's
Yes.
it.
All right, and last one here, we always replay something from earlier that I want to talk to the guys about and bring Amy in on this as well. But this is a debate about likability and relatability with players.
There's a difference between pandering and being genuine. There
Well-
are people who are genuine. There are people who do not pander. I didn't see Trey Turner come to town and be like, "Oh, I'm a huge Sixers fan, by the way. Oh, and I'm all fired
So
up."
you
And I'm all-
hated the Bryce Harper jacket.
I did not dig any of the. No, look, if he's wearing Philly stuff, I would just say you're trying too hard.
So here's my question, because, Amy, I'm not sure if you heard it earlier, but the guys were talking about relatability and how Nick Castellanos can seem aloof to the fan base, and Jalen Hurts as well. But then pandering is going too far. So I want to know from John, because you set the parameters, but we never really got the middle figure. Who would you say is the athlete in the city right now that fits most in the archetype for relatability?
Oh gosh, can you give me? Well, I mean, if it's a relatability,
right? Because you were talking about
that's hard. It's just hard because of you're catching me on the spot. I would say that there are 10 Eagles that relate more to the city.
Jason Kelsey.
Jason Kelsey is well.
Relatability.
Jason, I was trying to think not Jason because of his retirement, but Jason Kelsey's obviously one.
Right.
I think Lane Johnson really gets the town.
Yeah.
I think he really gets the town, but he's much quieter and much more in the shadows as far as we don't know. But I think Bryce Harper gets this town.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
you just
Bryce,
don't like the pandering.
But Bryce Harper, when he's not, to me, he's not pandering when he's wearing his fanatic cleats and his thing. It's when I'm all flyered up, I'm all Sixered up, dude, you're not. You're a Dallas. He's a Dallas Cowboy fan. He is a Dallas Cowboy fan.
He also likes
so
Las
don't
Vegas
tell me.
Knights.
So don't tell me you're an Eagles fan. Don't tell me you're a Flyers fan. He's a Golden Knights fan. And guess what? I love that. The Golden Knights people, by the way, love Bryce Harper and his family. It's like, don't tell me you're an Eagles fan. When he did that opening of the Eagles-Cowboys game this year, it was so freaking awkward because we know he's a Cowboys fan.
You have to listen to it because he never comes out and says, I'm this. He says, here in Philadelphia, we do this. We do. It's almost like a narration of what an Eagles fan is.
I would tell you, Bryce Harper, we love you. Bryce Harper, we love what you do for the Phillies. I don't need Bryce Harper narrating anything around the Eagles-Cowboys game when I know he's a Cowboys fan, and he's always been a Cowboys fan. He's not an Eagles fan.
Steer clear of it. Steer clear. Tyrese Maxey just steers clear of that.
He does.
And that's
Steers
clear of it.
Except when he was at FanFest with us, and
Jalen Brunson tried to call him out at All-Star Weekend.
I confronted him at FanFest about it, and he goes, "Look, he goes, and he owned it."
He's a Cowboys fan.
I'm always going to be loyal to my teams.
Grew up there.
But I love my city now. It was
And
perfect answer.
he goes to Eagles games. He's not wearing an Eagles jersey. Listen, I don't mind the pandering, though. I don't mind the pandering. Who cares about pandering?
He hates it.
I don't like pandering.
Sirianni. He hates all the Sirianni
I
shirts.
figured you did.
I like genuine. I honestly, I don't think it's.
But John, when it's Red October and Nick Sirianni has a press conference leading up to week 6.
That's different. Going to Red October and throwing on your stuff, that's cool. I saw Fletcher Cox do it.
Yeah.
Fletcher Cox.
He was in the locker room.
Who was getting into it, and he's like, man, I'm getting into this. I'm really getting into this Red October thing. I love that. It's the difference of Nick Sirianni was in town freaking 2 weeks. And I'm a big Villanova fan, and I'm a Sixers fan, and stop.
Well,
just let it be natural.
I think Sirianni really identified and kind of locked in on Jay Wright, so that's where he kind of gravitated towards. But I think that there's got to be a fine line because you have to be able to embrace your new town.
You can.
And like it.
You can. I lived it. Being a lifelong Philadelphian, went to Atlanta.
Which is a terrible sports town.
Went to Atlanta.
They will take you in a heartbeat.
And what did I do? I respected the teams, respected the people.
Braves.
I never, ever, and I said, $1,000 if someone can find me in wearing a Brave shirt, wearing a Falcons jersey. I was given jerseys by the teams as a sort of a
gag.
Yeah, you don't strike me as a jersey wearer. Period.
For Eagles, yes.
Okay.
For Eagles, yes.
Well, you rocked the Trey Turner one on opening day.
But I said I wore that for trying to change his luck. Yeah. But the idea of, no, I would never, and I literally it would have been easy to pander to a hometown where I was going to end up working for 25 years, and instead, the executives would all bust my chops for my Phillies phone cases and my Eagles phone case.
Well, I'm proud of you for doing that. So, Amy, the genesis of this conversation, we were all over the place to start the show, and John said that Nick Castellanos and Jalen Hurts are two guys that seem like they don't need us, and by us he meant like the Philadelphia
aloof.
Fans. And so
I'll give you that.
I made the point. Do they need us?
Yeah.
Do they?
A little bit.
Okay, for us to have their backs and cheer for them.
Expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think you need to have the fans on your side because when things go wrong, they're going to be the ones to not completely bury you. If they're with you, then they're going to be with you. And I'm not saying you have to pander. Listen, there's got to be somewhere between, the Nick Castellanos, I don't really care. I'm very, very aloof type of vibe. Ben Simmons type of vibe. Yeah. And I'm not going to put those two anywhere near the same conversation except for the fact they had the same house. That's it. And then maybe to what you're saying is like beyond pandering. Or I've just rolled into town 25 seconds ago and now I'm like cheering and I've got, a fight song on as my ringtone. There's probably somewhere in the middle. I think you have to have, I go back to what McClain said. Think about it. They're like going to draft guys and people are talking to people in the draft and they're asking them in the NBA draft and in the NFL draft. Yeah. Could you be prepared to play in Philadelphia? That's not because the media is this big bad enemy. It's because it's a tough place to play when you think about how the fans are invested. So I think you need to have them a little bit on your side. You need to get in there and lean into it. Maybe not full on pander and get your jersey made 5 minutes after you landed. But yeah, go to a game, experience the fans, see what it's like, see why everybody's so into it here. I moved here and was like instantly, this is amazing. This is the reason you want to move here because they love their sports teams.
Right.
That's why you want to play here because they love their sports teams. And they can pay you.
So and they can pay you, which is nice.
Let's be honest.
We played a clip. If you can play one more time, Connor. The reason why I asked the question, Kayvon Thibodeau, who I don't think he's all that great of a guy, but it was in between like week 2 or 3 for the Giants. So this is a division rival, and
they had lost 40-0 to the Cowboys at home.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So, and they were losing at halftime. They came back and won the game, and he'll talk about it in this clip. And I thought about it. I don't know if somebody who said this in Philadelphia, this would go over well, but I get what he had to say.
I mean, because the thing is, every fan just wants to be a part of a winning team, right? So even early in that game, our own fans are booing us. They're giving up on us. And then as soon as we start to win, now everybody's cheering and everybody's excited. Everybody wants to get a jersey signed and this and that. And it's a tough situation, but when you start to realize that the only people that matter are the people in the room and the only people who are really here for us is us. And as long as we continue to focus on that and continue to control the narrative and keep pushing forward, we'll be all right.
So is he wrong saying that? I don't know if that would go over well here.
Wouldn't.
Oh, it would not, especially after a 40-0 loss to the Cowboys.
Your arch rivals? No
at
way.
home?
Well, they won.
And losing again.
They then won, I think.
No, but
at that time he hadn't won.
Right.
You're coming off of that.
He's coming off of
I get what he's saying. He's saying, listen, we got to worry about ourselves. You could have said it in a much better way because you didn't have to bury the fan being like, we don't care about you. Basically, he said, we don't care about you.
He said.
We only care about us. instead you could have, that's what media training people. So you just come out there and be like, listen, we appreciate the fans. We love their passion. But really, we're playing for everybody in this room because we know when we produce out there, the fans are going to have our backs. Boom, done. How quickly is that?
That was when you bring up media training.
How hard is that?
And I respect the Eagles organization very, very much. But I always say it. Nick Sirianni needs it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Jalen Hurts needs it.
Yeah.
They need media training.
Jalen Hurts is Jalen Hurts.
Jalen is a.
Well, Jalen was trained.
He's Confucius. He was trained by Nick Saban.
Right, which
and
is
he was
different than
literally,
Philly.
And
Yeah.
Nick Saban, and having watched
there's no bulletin board material down there.
And he would literally, there would be guys who talked on social media. That's where they banned social media for players.
Mm-hmm.
And he had different things. And I think that they then look at, it then creates the attitude that media is a necessary evil and fans are a necessary evil. And I think that's dangerous. I wouldn't
equate those two, but I see what you're saying. I would see what you're saying.
It's not a beautiful marriage, but it's there.
It's there.
It's there.
It's a tenuous one.
So we have Amy for the rest of this hour. Thank you again for joining us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, we're going to dive into tonight's slate of games because there's 3 games. Some might be bigger than others, but even though one's only game 11 in the regular season for the Phillies, it is Zach Wheeler, and they're looking to win their second straight series. So we'll find out what's the preference for Amy Fadool tonight. Work aside, because you'll be doing the Sixer stuff, so a little bit different for you. So we'll do that. And also, I mentioned that top 11 impactful free agent signings. It made me think about something that I'll run by you next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's Linebacker University with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out, that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights,
yes,
he can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he is one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get to
have
the
a
6th
chance.
seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So you have we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens.
Sorry, yes, sir, we
you
got
get a couple people in the
distracted,
room
Joe.
that love
I'm sorry,
talking
Joe.
hoops. It changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the,
I do
the
not.
lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, that's no. I think that
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want
the color scheme?
I want your. I don't need. I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme and it's the lettering and it's the.
I just. The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not.
Oh,
I my baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light is too much for me. It's way too much.
It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out, that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, 3 different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get to
have
the
a
6th
chance.
seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens.
Sorry, yes, sir, we got
you get a couple people in the
distracted,
room
Joe.
that love
I'm sorry,
talking
Joe.
hoops. It changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the,
I do not.
lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell me.
Kincade and Salciunas, joined by Amy Fadool for the rest of the hour. Later on this segment, I'm going to run through that top 11 list again, the most impactful free agent signings made by Howie Roseman. I'm going to run them by Amy as well. But then I noticed something off of it that we'll discuss.
Okay.
Right? But first, we have a big night tonight. So the Phillies, Game 2 against the Cardinals series, wheels up. Zach Wheeler on the mound. They're looking to win their second straight series. These Sixers, back in action tonight. They should take care of business against Detroit, but they're still fighting for the life of the 6th seed. If not, they want to win and at least get the 7th seed to avoid Boston in round 1 and have the home play-in game. And then the Flyers are fighting for their lives. So, Amy, big night for you tonight at the NBC Sports Studios.
Yes.
If you were at home, all right, what would be your preference or your priority with these 3 games?
I only have one television and my phone's off.
So we go the TV, laptop, phone.
Oh,
So,
so
for
there you
me,
go.
I went Sixers TV, Phillies laptop. Flyers are on the phone. Even though they have the most important game, when I'm on 76 and there's an accident, I drive past it. I don't look. I don't want to look at the car crash.
I don't like it either. I don't like looking at car crashes either.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that order. Sixers on television. If I have my iPad or my laptop out, that's going to be the Phils game, and then I would also stream the Flyers then on my phone.
I don't want to see.
It's tough.
The end.
But then you have to give the liberty of changing things up.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So if things become more important or there's a little bit of a variation in the time starts, then maybe you can start with the laptop on the Flyers and move
Or if
everything
the Sixers
around.
are up 20 at halftime.
And maybe they
like you
get
can-
they
right.
get bumped down to the streaming. But it'll be interesting. I mean, the level of importance, obviously, with the Flyers and the Sixers is more imperative given the very few games that they have left and the playoffs are right around the corner and the fact that the Flyers are hanging on by a thread and needing a lot of help. But your point is valid on the Phillies. I mean, it's Zach Wheeler. You don't want to have – you want to get a little momentum going this way. I feel like every time they take a couple of steps forward, then they go the steps back. So you want to go ahead and keep that going. But, no, I mean, I think the Sixers take care of business, beat the Pistons. Then you can check in on your phone on the rest of the scores around the league and see what it's going to happen because it is very tight in there.
Oh, yeah. So speaking of that, it's really tight.
Yes.
The Sixers could still get up to the 6th seed, which would be great, right, to avoid the play-in tournament. John and I are in agreement. Boston's really the only team where we're like, please don't play Boston. Milwaukee, we give them respect, but we also know that Doc Rivers is the head coach over there. And sometimes the Sixers can match up well against Giannis and the Bucks. We asked this question to Bob on First Friday, so we'll ask you, like, who's the team that you would want to play the most out of the teams that are possible in the first round? And then, obviously, I think Boston's the team you would least want to play.
The Bucks. Oh, yeah, I don't want to play the Celtics.
Yeah.
Certainly not out of the gates. Let's
No,
go ahead
exactly.
and try to get them in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Bucks, just because I think it's a lot different team, and you mentioned it, that they've matched up particularly well against them over the years.
Yeah.
That's when they had Drew Holiday, who was a premier defender. They don't have him anymore. They gave up a little, obviously, defense for the offense. Damian Lillard, amazing, very gifted.
Oh, yeah.
Is not interested in defense whatsoever. So let Tyrese Maxey cook. And I think the way that this team is kind of formulated right now, I think it really matches up well. Kelly Oubre gives them a lot of length at that wing position, very athletic. He provides a lot of different things for them. I like that matchup in the first round. There is not really a team, save for the Celtics, that I would be like, ooh, I don't know. The Knicks, fine, let's go. Cavaliers, they've beaten them without Joel Embiid. So that there's nothing right there. The Magic, you don't know. The Magic could be anywhere from 3rd to 6th.
Right.
It is the craziest Eastern Conference standings right now. They could drop all the way down. But if it's the Magic, that's a year away from being a year away team. So there's nothing that concerns me there.
The Magic could drop to 7, too. How about that one for you? It's ridiculous right now. Tonight. So when you're looking in your phones, we want the Heat to lose at Atlanta.
Oh, this is Kincaid's calculator. By
This
the way.
is you want the Heat to lose. The Heat losing at Atlanta. I already tweeted this too, so you got it. Heat lose at Atlanta is your number one priority because if the Sixers win out and the Heat loses one of their games, Sixers will absolutely host the Heat. So that's what we want.
Right.
We want to guarantee that the Heat are going to lose one of their last 4. Let the Sixers see a loss there. Then you're rooting for the Magic to lose at Houston. Because if the Magic lose, they got to go to Milwaukee the next night.
Right.
And if that happens, if the Magic lose the next 2 nights, if the Sixers win out, including the Friday night game against the Magic,
it's amazing.
The Sixers are ahead of the Magic and ahead of the Heat and out of the play-in tournament.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
It's incredible. It could still happen.
I mean, you were thinking 2 weeks ago, let's just try to get the 8 seed. All right? And let's let's see what happens. Maybe we can just at least get the 8 seed, and then you're in that first playing game where you win one, and then you call it a day. You're the 7 seed, call it a day.
You're not catching the Knicks and the Cavs. Their magic number is 1. Any combination of Sixers losses, Knicks, Cavs wins, they're 1. You're not catching them. But Magic are still in play. They wake up in the 3 seed. They could be the 7 seed by Sunday night.
That's truly remarkable.
That is incredible.
It's amazing. So, Amy, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Over the weekend, John watched 2 nationally televised NBA games. I don't know what games they were, but you were watching 2.
I can't remember. One was Friday night, one was Saturday.
And in both games, they talked about the Sixers being the team that no one wants to face, right? Our program director, Scott Masseller, was watching NBA TV, and they did a whole segment on Embiid's back, look out, this is the team that no one wants to face. It's funny. Normally, Philadelphia is talked about poorly, and then we're always the ones that are trying to uplifting our team. The Sixers have been so emotionally damaging for a lot of people that people are like,
that's what it is.
Wake me up when they get out of the second round.
That's what it
but
is.
It's amazing that the national media is actually pro-Sixers right now.
It's because of Joel Embiid. I mean, we talked about it before. Here was a guy when he went out was averaging over almost 36 points a game. He wasn't even playing. By his admission, he said he was at 70 or 80%.
Right.
He had just dropped 70 points at 80% in his mind. So you're thinking you're finally, and I think for the excitement here in Philadelphia has gotten people back on board is Nick Nurse. All you have to do is watch some of the in-game adjustments and plays that he ran in that Spurs game. The play that broke Tyrese Maxey out of the backcourt, going straight through, masterful play. The inbounds, Nico Batum, he should be in the Hall of Fame only on bringing the ball.
His ability to pat, his high lows with Embiid. I mean, he's incredible, and that's why you have. That's not the reason why you have him on the team, but it's a big part of it.
Bob always says that he wants his bench guys to have a skill set. Now Batum's becoming much bigger than that, but he wants them to have specific skill sets. What he does, it's masterful.
When he throws, you know exactly where it's going. It's going to hit its mark exactly the precise time it has to. So when Maxey's streaking it, it was perfect. It was an absolutely perfect play. I'm sure they practiced it. I think that's where when we have there was a big hangover from offseason last year to this year. The Sixers' slow start, people are thinking it was hard to get on board, right? Because of everything that they've put us through as fans. You're thinking this is rough. I don't want to do that again. Call me in April. But now you're kind of getting there. Oh, now we've got a coach that's going to make some adjustments and going to make some plays. He's got a rotation that he likes. He's willing to change things up. If this player's not going, I'm not going to stick with him just because, it's in my plan and it's on my little flow chart. I think that gives you, and I think the national media recognizes that. They have that, kind of third party, they can look outside. They're not going to feel the doldrums that we feel here of all right, no, let's just call me when it's the second round. They were excited, and they should be. Everybody's excited when Joel Embiid comes back.
We always do this just because we are in Philadelphia. We talk about how that the Celtics are the one team we don't want to face. So we'll take on the Bucks. We'll take on the other teams. Do you think there are Milwaukee fans saying, "Oh God, I don't want to take on the Sixers"?
Yes.
How many teams?
I do.
Yes.
Where are the Sixers with that? I think Celtics are number one, maybe all NBA. You would not want to face that team. I think the Sixers got to be pretty high up.
Because of that, because of the unknown, because you haven't played Joel Embiid since January 30th before this, and now you're getting him with Campaign, Buddy Hield, Kyle Lowry.
Fresh legs.
Yes, and you're thinking this is as healthy as he's been since the bubble. Okay, these are exciting times. He's got an actual coach. They've got actual game plans. There are actual players surrounding him as far as skill sets that are matching up well with him. Nico Batum, this is good. So I think that there are teams that are looking around and thinking, ooh, I don't want that. I don't want to have a team that's on no one wants the team, the uprising. We were talking about the UConn team and his most impressive run. I remember when Kimball Walker single-handedly put UConn on his back, ran all the way through the Big East, ran all those games, and then won 6 straight games. He won 11 straight games to finish the season, and I say him, obviously it was a team. You don't want to catch a team like that, and that's what the Sixers would be if they finish this thing on a run.
Kendrick Perkins, I believe, was the one who said it that on NBA Live or whatever they call that show, that if Miami and the Sixers play in the play-in tournament, that the entire NBA will be wishing that one of those two gets knocked out.
Right.
That those are two of the most dangerous teams, but they're at the bottom of the
The Heat did it last year.
Yeah,
all
they
the way to the
literally did it
finals.
last year.
So people will be rooting, just get Spoelstra out.
That's it.
Get
Coaching.
Nick Nurse out.
Coaching.
Get those two.
Coaching and talent.
Those two are honestly, if you're talking about it, Thibodeau maybe,
He's up there.
But he's up there.
They're dealing with injuries.
I would think they would want Nick Nurse out, but Spoelstra out most of all, too. Get him out of there. He's a brilliant coach.
Very, very good. I mean, here's a guy that started as a video coordinator.
Yes.
Yeah.
That Pat Riley, he knew what he was doing.
It's amazing.
Smart guy.
All right, let's go to the phones. Amy, you're like a breath of fresh air in here.
Thanks.
You're sunshine when you walk in here. Mitch
That's because she showers in the morning.
Mitch in Phoenix is sunshine when he calls in. Hello, Mitch. Hello, Mitch. See, he
fell off. He fell asleep.
He's
I think he fell asleep.
He's surprised.
He fell asleep.
It's unbelievable.
Well, he's waking up at women. He's outside of Phoenix and Scottsdale.
Yes. Yeah, but I
got to tell you, he was up way in the morning.
He called in about an hour ago.
Yeah, he did. I think he's nodding off. I think
He just left it on the speaker.
It's amazing. Amy, another question about tonight. So the Flyers. I asked John this question yesterday. If the Flyers were to officially collapse and not make the playoffs, how much of a hit does it take the excitement in the city for them?
It takes a bit of a hit, more than we expected. But I think it's because you didn't expect this until you did. Because you set the bar there and we were there for so long with that expectations of a playoffs, it's going to take a hit. It's going to take some of the joy out, which is disappointing because there was a lot of goodwill built up. There was a lot of positivity built up, I thought, with this team. And you're thinking, hey, maybe we're closer than we thought. And then to miss it in the way that it's to really just fall off the cliff that it's been, to not win a game in 7 straight. Like, let's go. I don't care about the points and whatever. You got to win one game, and you're looking at 7 straight that you haven't been able to claim the 2 points. That's rough, and that's a really rough way to go. So if you really cave the entire end of your season.
It's the second straight. Look, I know the Eagles collapse is a lot different than Flyers because expectations are a lot different. But we just went through one collapse, and now I'm going through another one a couple months later.
You can't have nice things.
Here's the only thing I will say to that, is that negative when I go into a season where there should be no expectations. And they over-deliver in every single way. Oh, but they might disappoint me not going to the playoffs? That's different. I will change my expectations.
Expectations change as the season goes.
Right.
I will change my expectations for a very good team. I will not change my expectations on a team in the first year of a freaking rebuild.
But as I
think it's
saying
unreasonable.
Yesterday,
I think it's completely
you did not
unreasonable.
expect a 7-game losing streak.
No, not to end it.
I expected this team to never be in the 80s with points.
Yes.
So
back in October.
No, back in February, when everybody was telling you, Flyers are in, Flyers are in. I was somebody saying, stop.
Well, I was saying it last week, not in February.
They were in last week.
They were in last week. I was 7 straight.
I wish you'd listen to me when I was warning people in February.
How come you didn't tell me, hey, Andrew, a 7-game losing streak is coming? Thanks a lot, Fox.
But I knew it could happen.
Yeah, hindsight.
Unbelievable. All right, we got another segment with Amy. If you have any questions for Amy, you can send it in via the text line 610-632-0975. And Connor said something before the show that he's going to run by the 3 of us. John, you went to the bathroom during it, so you were not here. You're going to love Connor's statement.
Someone remind me what it was.
Oh, jeez. Well, I will during the break. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles to draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month. a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker. You know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, three different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a
sixth
chance.
seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll
Math
get to
is
that
bad,
later
yes.
on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him. Tonight, nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's gotten more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the?
I do
the
not.
lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, I
don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want your color scheme.
I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme and it's the lettering and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. I like my baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light. It's too much
for me.
It's way too much. It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much. I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the...
97.5, The Fanatic. Kincade Salciunas, joined by Amy Fadool.
Amy just did a wire transfer over to the Kentucky Booster Club.
Yeah,
as they
all my
try
money.
to hire
Take
a
all
new
my
coach.
money.
We were going to bring that up. How are you feeling?
I almost wore my Kentucky sweatshirt to show you the joy that I'm feeling.
So you're feeling good.
I knew
Yeah, I wanted him to be gone at the end of the season. 1 tournament win in 3 years. 1.
That's
4 if you go
unacceptable.
back to it.
That's unacceptable.
At least he gets to the tournament.
No, it's unacceptable. It's
We went to-
Kentucky.
Temple made, Temple proud.
Right.
You know,
Listen.
one of the top 5 winningest programs in NCAA history.
There was more joy, though, in Temple's conference tournament run
That's
than
true.
I felt in a long time. I'll give you that.
That was a ton of fun. Yeah, it was a ton of fun.
Kentucky also didn't win a conference tournament game. They had a double bye. Didn't win a conference
See, that's
tournament
incredible.
game either.
And it's unacceptable.
Yeah.
You
It's
can't
unacceptable
do
in
that.
Kentucky to do that.
No, so I'm out.
All right, so I want to run this by you, Amy. So John already heard this. Connor already heard this. I put together a top 11 most impactful signings by Howie Roseman. Now, impactful is the key word.
Right.
So Saquon's not on it yet because he hasn't played.
And it's It's not Chip Kelly
It's
era.
post-Chip, right? So like
Post-Chip.
somebody was like, how come Malcolm Jenkins is on here? Well, he got signed in 2014. So this is following the 2015 season to today.
Okay.
Now, again, it's random. My brain works
Yes.
in mysterious ways. Like my number 11 was Stefan Wisniewski.
Well, he was.
But he won a
Yes,
Super
he did,
Bowl.
on the
And,
line.
oh, by the way, left guard, 1-year
on the line.
deal.
Okay.
It was a nice line.
And next to Vaitai, Peters is out, so here's this rookie playing left tackle all of a sudden, and, Wisniewski was next one. I put Bradham at 10 because this is a team that doesn't value linebackers, so they needed somebody, and he won a Super Bowl. I put Torrey Smith at 9. He had a terrible season.
But his playoffs, stellar.
Yes,
Well,
impactful.
thanks to the Keanu Neal play.
That was a big part
It
of
was huge. It set up everything else.
You can thank me now, too.
Oh, thank you.
Keanu lived in bought my house and
So
was
you're-
living in my house when he hit that ball, my old house.
So it was whatever.
So I think the karma.
I
the
feel like
karma of
the
the
6
Eagles,
degrees of John Kincade is
Keanu Neal,
really-
that helped my Eagles win a Super Bowl.
All right. Whose house hurt more?
Makes
Keanu
sense.
Neal and yours, or Castellanos and Ben Simmons?
Oh, listen, they had to clear that with Sage.
That's Amityville Horror.
Yeah, that's they
Terrible.
just gotten out of there.
I put Patrick Robinson at 8.
Nice.
I put Chris Long at 7. Johnson's a little too high, but Chris Long was a part of that great rotational.
I think way too high.
And the Patrick Robinson pick 6 doesn't happen if Chris Long doesn't hit Case Keenum's arm.
Way too high.
Okay.
I
feel like Bradham. I feel like maybe you could flip flop those.
Okay. Blunt, I put at 6.
Well, you're partial to Blunt.
Oh, of course.
I mean, seriously.
We're moving on.
Hargrave, I put at 5.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't win a Super Bowl, he was impactful. Brandon Brooks, I put at 4. Now, that one could probably be higher.
Yeah, I would.
He was the best right guard in football for many years. But I put Hassan Reddick at 3, Alshon at 2, and Nick Foles, of course, at 1.
Obviously, Nick Foles.
That one can't be debated.
I mean, there's no.
I put Blunt further down that list because you had to go get Jay Ajayi.
Right. To kind of really close
You
it
had to
out.
you
had to help out the running back
Sproles
position.
got hurt.
No,
Remember,
I
Sproles got
understand,
hurt.
but I
You
think
needed a little bit more. You couldn't roll with him, just him.
I think Jay Ajayi was the one who put them over the top as far as the explosive offense. Remember, once he arrived,
Well, you
Yeah,
wait.
the extra dimension.
50-point
Yeah, the
monsters.
extra dimension.
Just wait for the top 11 trades made by Howard.
I'm excited about this one.
Later on. That's later on this week.
That's
yeah.
a tease.
But I noticed something. Well, one, I missed one player, and somebody pointed it out on social media. I didn't put Jake Elliott on there.
Okay, that's
Which
a
I
tease.
have to add on.
And you know
It's
what?
gotta be a top
It's
five.
easy to forget.
That's a top fiver.
It's easy to
Without
forget.
I got to
question.
put Jake
Poor kickers. Poor
Elliott
kickers.
on there. Yeah,
They
of
are.
course.
Poor kicker.
But you know what I noticed? Any of those players star players?
I mean, define star.
Well, like Saquon Barkley.
Yeah,
We
none,
are-
of, none of those guys are
We are
star players.
so
if that's
star hungry in this town, right? I think anybody should be. But notice, those 11 most impactful players, I have freaking Patrick Robinson on this list. None of them were like the top free agent available.
I think there could be an argument made for Alshon. If you remember what he was doing in Chicago before he came here, he was a bit of a question as far as the locker room, but he was a monster in Chicago.
And health. He only played in 12 games the year before and 9 games the year before that. So there was also a health factor.
Are there not
going
health
into
questions with Saquon?
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so Alshon.
And I don't consider Saquon a star.
yeah, star quality is.
I don't. I don't. I
He's
think
star
he's a very good player.
I think he's a star if he wasn't playing for Daniel
I
Jones.
think his
and the
name is a
Giants.
star. Well, then
that's the
you're
thing.
giving me
The
disclaimers.
expectations, yeah.
He's not. I don't consider him a
Expectations
star
of being
player.
a star. Also,
Yes.
it's hard to be a star player at left guard. To be honest,
yeah,
correct.
You know,
Yes,
linebacker,
yes,
you
yes,
have to
yes.
be really, really stellar. I mean, linebackers. So stars are usually reserved for really outstanding players that are going to make an impact that you're going to see quarterback, wide
Right.
receiver.
But what does this
running
tell
back.
you? Like some of his most impactful signings, or I would say 10 out of the 11
Well,
were.
and also on your list, you did a lot of this guy. I put him on here because they helped with the Super Bowl.
Right.
That's what you need to win the Super Bowl. You don't need a bunch of stars all the time. Listen, we'll go back to, hey, dream team, haha. Like, come on.
Right.
They didn't do anything.
You need
They
Swiss
do.
Army knives.
You need everybody.
Right.
Does that? But
You
that,
need
does,
the
that
everybody.
tell, does that tell you?
No,
anything?
that is.
Like, it's.
I wonder if we went to New York, Chicago, Kansas City, like they would have the same type of players.
New England would.
being considered. Oh, I know New England would.
That's why they have all those
He honestly-
championships.
He found spare parts.
Think about it. That's why you have championships. That's why they have all those championships, because they found all those guys. It's your scouting department.
But it's
Chicago's not. The Bears haven't sniffed
It's
anything
weird
like that.
to me, though, this, and something about as we talk draft and everything, the idea that there was if you're talking about guys being, there are more undrafted free agents that make Pro Bowls now than made them 10 years ago.
Right.
Scouting departments are
The Ravens
bigger.
are really good for that. Steelers
Scouting
were always
departments
good
are
for that.
bigger.
Yeah.
More money's being spent, more time's being spent, more focus on the draft. and more guys are slipping through the cracks than ever before.
Well, and then there's also 50 players that say, nah, I'm good. Give it to the next person. I don't want to play in the Pro Bowl anymore.
And that's the thing. But, I mean, they're at that level. But, yeah, you go down and you're looking at the teams that have had the success. You look at their scouting departments and see what they've – look at the Baltimore Ravens. They find guys on pile heaps just sitting over there in the corner. The Steelers, every time the Steelers draft some guy in the 6th round, everybody out there thinks, I can't wait for that guy to be in the Pro Bowl in 2 years, because that's how they develop, and they just have that knack. So I think the Eagles are getting there.
It also freaks you out every time they trade for a linebacker or you go, that guy's going to be really good because the Steelers are going after him. Amy, thank you so much for joining.
It
flew by.
See you next time.
It was the quickest hour for us today. So now we have to go back to just the two of us, and it's going to be another long hour. Thanks for stopping by.
Guys.
Amy Fadool. Check her out tonight, Sixers pre and post.
She'll have her eye on the Phillies and the Flyers,
How about you just do all three? Do you think you can handle all three?
Absolutely. Listen, you go from one to the other.
Don't even suggest it.
Listen, I've done it before. I've done two. I've
Don't-
gone one straight to the other.
Just do some intermission reports, right? Because you're doing pre and post. You do an intermission report. Make it work.
Timing will work perfectly.
Amy, you're the person that I believe could do it.
Thank you,
Thank you so much for joining us. We got another hour ahead. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll reset the entire show coming your way next. And I forgot to say, Connor said something to me before the show, John, that you might love to hear, but do you agree with it?
I'd love to hear that.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine that you might. Minutes. That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out, that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights,
yes,
he can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get to
have
the
a
6th
chance.
seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the,
I do
the
not.
lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, that's, I think that
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want
the color scheme?
I want I don't need. I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme and it's the lettering and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. My baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light is too much for me. It's way too much.
It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much. I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles.
Salciunas, thanks again to Amy Fadool for joining us during the entire 8 o'clock hour. You'll be hearing more of Amy this week. What, she will be with Bob Thursday, Best Show Ever Friday, or vice versa, one of the two?
So, in other words, welcome to the team, Amy.
Right, yeah, exactly. You're going to hear Amy again as this week continues. We have a lot of stuff coming up on this week. We're getting close to the NFL draft, so we got some Wednesday night specials with Bill Calarulo and Andrew DeCecco. Yeah, I mean, it's right around the corner, so it's been a lot of fun. And last night on the station, we had the national championship game, which we'll talk about more. I know you brought it up in today's headlines. We're going to talk about it more later on this hour because I want to gauge what your interest was in the national championship game. So we'll talk about that. But just to reset everything, I know we were busy with Amy this past hour. So here's what we've been talking about today. And our show started in one path and then took a left turn, but it was a great left turn about relationships with fans and players and whether or not we do matter to the players and et cetera, et cetera. So,
and you were very clear, but you really don't think we do.
Well, because I heard what Kayvon Thibodeau had to say, and I thought that's actually kind of interesting for him to say that.
It is.
And then what I don't care about is I don't need to like a player as long as you're good, right? As long as my team's good, I don't care about likability. I really don't. And I remember in 2022, a lot of people said this Phillies team isn't likable, and then they go on a run, and now everybody loves them, right? To me, all that matters is winning, baby. That's all that matters.
And sometimes someone that's likable to you is not likable to me.
Yes.
Or likable to, like, it's very subjective.
Because we all have favorites. So let me run through. Here's how the show started, all right? The first thing that we did right out of the gate at 6 o'clock was react to last night's Phillies game, and we talked about how this is a show of accountability. This is a show that is happy when we are wrong, even though the story is not written for Johan Rojas. The story is not written for year 2 of Trey Turner, right? But just yesterday, we were both complaining. I was complaining about Rojas and how I think the Phillies mishandled having him start the season at the major league level. He goes out there and has three hits last night, RBI, runs scored. Trey Turner knocks him in. And you were talking about Trey Turner. Great night for the guys that we focused on in more of a negative way yesterday. Yes. And they have a great night, and we celebrate that, which led us to asking a question. When it comes to talking about sports, Would you, listening right now in your car or at home or on YouTube, watching us, what's up, YouTube, would you rather be right than wrong? Now, if you say, oh, of course I want them to be right, because I think the Phillies are going to win the World Series. That's not what I'm getting at here. There are a lot of people that think negatively of a player or a team, and I feel like some people deep down would rather be right than wrong, and we know people in this industry that are like that.
Oh, absolutely. And every one of us at one time or another falls into that. So neither one of us is saying, oh, we're immune to this.
Right.
But overall, there are people that will focus on that. They want to be right. There's so much we get wrong. But I think for a lot of times, there's just people who are, as far as players, that are just unrelatable. And it's very, very difficult to give them their props.
Right, and
it's very difficult to move off of a position.
So that's why we asked the question about picking favorites. So Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber both went 0 for 5 yesterday. Now, I know that not everybody wants Schwarber in the leadoff spot. I don't want him in the leadoff spot, right? But I feel like there are a lot of people that like Kyle Schwarber. And if he goes 0 for 5, it's, whatever.
Oh, Kyle Schwarber gets sunshine and lollipops coverage in this.
If Castellanos goes 0 for 5.
He does not.
It's like, wow, this guy sucks.
We choose who we...
They have similar contracts.
We choose who we love. We choose who we think. Like I will tell you, and I don't care. I've said it before. Garrett Stubbs. You can have him every day of the week. I just am like, the fascination with people with, he's a vibes guy. Got to keep a vibes guy around. No, you don't.
All I know is, are they 2-0 and Garrett Stubbs starts this year?
That's true.
How are you going to do these?
Hang on. Not only that, but the starters throwing to Garrett Stubbs have not allowed a run yet.
It's amazing. Then that just means it's Garrett Stubbs. It's the idiotic.
Stubbs,
it's the same idiotic thinking that, well, here's the record when Kyle Schwarber bets leadoff. Here's the record. Okay, now I was not a scholar. But I will tell you, whether it was statistics class in high school or statistics class in college, anybody who spouts that out of their mouth, I realize you don't understand statistics, because there are a million other variables that come into play with ever spitting that out of your mouth. Well, when Schwarber bats leadoff, we just win. Oh, well, that's great. How many of those games did Schwarber not get a hit? How many of those games did Bryce Harper get 2 hits? How many of those games did the pitcher pitch a lights-out performance? There's so many other things that go into whether they win. It's a ridiculous stat.
Hold on.
It means nothing.
You and I are both not big analytics people, right? And I think Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff is an analytic decision, right? The whole, well, he only bats leadoff technically once and blah, blah. I think that is an analytic-driven decision to have Kyle Schwarber bat leadoff. But what the computer does not calculate is feel. Kyle Schwarber might be more comfortable in the leadoff spot. Maybe Trey Turner would rather hit behind Kyle Schwarber. Like, there is stuff to the game and not just ripping people and putting out numbers.
I am not an analytics guy, as you say.
Yes, neither am I.
But if I want to pretend I'm an analytics guy, Bryce Harper should be your leadoff hitter, period.
I do agree.
You cannot make an argument. No analytics guy could make the argument to me. Because by their own tenets and their own arguments, Bryce Harper should be batting. Bryce Harper should be batting leadoff. So if you want to spin it to me that, well, it's analytics, well, then if it's analytics, there's no answer that's in there. Every answer is wrong except Bryce Harper batting leadoff. Every answer is wrong except for, oh, well, maybe Kyle's more comfortable batting leadoff. I don't give a damn.
Well, you should.
No, because then
you should a little bit.
So then, no, but what if 2 guys on your team are comfortable batting leadoff?
Yeah, but then whoever helps you the most, whoever you win the most with.
I promise you this, Trey Turner. Truth serum, and people who know him in baseball, Trey Turner would prefer to bat leadoff.
Okay,
absolutely would. Comfortable as a leadoff hitter.
They tried it and he
understanding the role. No, they didn't try it.
14 games.
They didn't give it up. That's ridiculous.
Where he was horrible all season until the standing ovation.
That's ridiculous.
But
they didn't give him enough shots.
Like I went through. I had this rant last year, right? Schwarber had. In the same amount of starts in the 4-hole in the leadoff spot until he eventually played every game in the leadoff spot, had just as many home runs. Just as many home runs through, it was 30 games or something. I do think this whole him batting leadoff he's more comfortable is a little ridiculous when he had similar numbers in the leadoff spot and the 4-hole.
I mean, even when the manager wanders away from the talking points, when he's interviewed in spring training and says, well, I think our lineup would be a lot better if we had Reese Hoskins at first. And we still had Reese here at first, and Bryce Harper in right
That
field.
wasn't his call, though.
He didn't get to make that call, but he let it be known. They're not letting. There is no way a baseball man like Rob Thompson, who came up with baseball, is going, yeah, the best thing for us is to have Kyle Schwarber at leadoff. That is a decision that's coming from upstairs at the accounting firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. I don't know what it is.
Anyways,
upstairs.
So the reason why we went into this rant is because we're talking about preferences or likability or picking favorites. Castellanos also went 0 for 5 yesterday. He'll get crushed for it, though.
Oh, yes. We'll ignore that with Schwarber.
If I didn't mention Schwarber went 0 for 5 yesterday, it would not have been brought up on the show.
You're fair. That's very fair. You're absolutely right.
But why do we do that? Connor, why do we do that?
People play favorites. Kyle Schwarber's likable. Nick Castellanos isn't as likable in a broad spectrum.
Why is he likable? Because he acts like too cool for school?
Kyle Schwarber is the beer league softball guy that just looks like you could sit around and enjoy a ball game with. And Nick Castellanos looks, and I don't even mean this negatively. I'm going to say this in a positive way. Nick Castellanos is the prototypical professional athlete. He just is. And there's parts about that can be relatable. But largely, he looks like the dude who stuffed you in a locker in high school. And I'm not saying that's who he is.
I get what you're saying.
He was in the Glee Club. No, he wouldn't have done that.
Well, I'm not saying he would have. But I'm saying his vibe is that of the athlete. And Kyle Schwarber's vibe is that of the
relatable
everyman.
guy, the Jason Kelsey.
How about this one for you? John Kruk, during his playing career in Philadelphia, was more beloved than Mike Schmidt.
Right.
That's what you need to know. John Kruk brought intangibles to the table and was very relatable to being like the beer league softball. He was Schwarber of that era.
Yes.
And Mike Schmidt was the too cool for school.
Baseman of all time.
He's the greatest player who ever wore a Phillies uniform. Period.
And I don't think it's right.
And it was he's too cool for school. He's aloof. He doesn't relate. And as a child, I never understood why the best player on the Phillies was still being ridiculed by my uncles.
Yeah, and why does
part of it is standard. I think that's a big part of it, which is why, going back to this conversation about favorites, my favorite players are the best players. I like the best players.
Okay, so
more than Johan Rojas.
Who's your favorite Eagles quarterback?
Donovan McNabb. He's the greatest Eagles quarterback in Eagles franchise history. Jalen Hurts hopefully could get that at some point. That'd be great.
So he's got a long way to go.
Donovan McNabb is the greatest Eagles quarterback in franchise history.
Yes,
and that's why he's my greatest Eagles. That's my favorite Eagles quarterback.
I've had people argue with me, Nick Foles, and I'm like, you're out of your freaking mind.
He had the greatest moment.
He had a great 3-4 week period.
Yes.
And that's what it was. It was a blink.
That's me. I prefer great talent. There are a lot of people that prefer likability or vibes guys, right? Ray Dunn is the biggest vibesman I've ever met.
No, and the thing is, I would just say to you is that is something that fans talk about more than players talk about. And having covered teams, travel with teams and everything. I think it's something that fans talk about.
Except for this Phillies team. This Phillies team has talked about the clubhouse a lot.
Well, when they have microphones in their face asking about it, they do. I think on a daily basis, it's not as big as baseball's is the different sport, though, as we say, because they spend so much time together. They better like each other. There have been teams that have not liked each other that have won championships in baseball, but it's much more easy when the team gets along.
Okay.
And I've been told the 2008 Phillies wasn't exactly kumbaya. I wasn't in their clubhouse except when they would visit Atlanta.
Yeah.
So I'd probably be in their clubhouse 2 times a year, 3 times a year. And I got to tell you, I've heard many stories that it wasn't this great teamwork.
Speaking of 08, this goes back to our conversation about picking favorites. One day, the Phillies had it was during COVID.
Okay.
And NBC Sports Philly did some sort of special on the world's, everybody's looking for content.
Okay.
At this point, during COVID, there's no sports going on. And they did something special on the 08 Phillies. And I remember putting out a tweet like, man, this is bringing me back to my childhood. I love that team. And a lot of people started responding with, yeah, but they only won one. And I'm like, you're spitting in the face of the fact that they won only one World Series. And so I remember bringing it up on the air the next day. We got into a conversation about it. And I was like, wait a minute. Do people like the 93 Phillies team more? We ran a poll on it. and it wasn't a skewed poll. It was a straight-up question. Who do you have more fonder likability? 93 Phillies.
They were more likable.
Right.
Because I can tell you, as someone who, for a radio station that's here in town, went in that locker room many, many nights getting audio.
Right.
They were an unlikable bunch. They are the team that, honestly, if I was to list teams it was an unlikable experience. That team that Philly loved so much, was one of the most unlikable groups I've ever seen.
I heard Bob telling.
Oh my gosh,
I actually heard Bob telling a story about that yesterday on the show.
Terrible. I would tell you that there were some terrible people at the time in that locker.
But it's funny. People prefer the 93 team over the 08 team. We all pick favorites, and I don't know why. To me, I like 08 better than the 2022 Phillies, even though that was some of the best memories. But the Phillies won the World Series in 08.
To me, running into Jimmy Rollins in the Phillies press box in 2021, and a grown man just saying thank you, and I said thank you as a media member, but it was the first time I had talked to him in like forever, and I just said it was the most amazing. That was an amazing run. Jimmy Rollins to me is still so. I don't feel the same way about Chase Utley.
So
as a player, I do.
Right,
but not as like.
A likable guy.
Not the likability.
So you can climb in on the text line or the phone line, 610-632-0975. Question 1, would you rather be right or wrong when it comes to sports talk? And if you're wrong, or if you're right, and it's a negative reason, like, why would you rather be right? That's weird because it is weird. It's hurting the teams. But there are people that would rather be right than wrong, even if it means a negative thing about our teams. And then when you pick favorites, why do you pick favorites? And what makes you pick a favorite? Because Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber both went 0 for 5 yesterday, and one will be judged far differently than the other. Let's go to the phone line. Let's go to Jared in Feasterville. Jared, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, Jared.
How you doing today?
Doing well.
It was a great night in sports last night. I wanted to talk about the Phillies and the Sixers.
Yes, please.
All right, so this call's for you, John. I want to talk some stats from last night. We got 3 for 4. We got 2 singles. We got 1 double, an RBI, and a diving catch in the center field.
That's
your boy.
Yeah, Rojas.
Your boy Rojas.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, is that Jared? It's to me, the first inning dive for the ball in no man's land. To me, emphasizes as much as anything, not the what is he batting today? 154. He was batting 045 yesterday. He's batting 154 today, which tells you right in and of itself, looking at stuff this early, it's too small a sample size. But his defense, if you asked Wheeler, Nola, any one of them, how comforting it is having him behind them.
He's incredible.
It's huge. It's huge, and it cannot be undersold.
And his speed, I think,
is unbelievable.
The way the guy runs the base. He runs out those. I mean, look at that last single he got. I mean, that was an incredible field at third base. I mean, that guy didn't make that play. He's probably taken 2 there.
And if he doesn't beat out that ball in the Braves series,
he wins. And if he doesn't get picked off on second base,
that was a dumb. That can't happen. That can't happen.
But this is what I think, John. John, I think Beasley needs to purchase you a Rojas jersey, and I think you need to sport it this whole season. And listen, this could be the push that we need to get back to the World Series. I'm telling you.
My rally house.
Like
my rally house did.
Thanks
I did not see a Rojas. I did not see them in there, but I would
probably be at the team store.
But I'd be willing to do that. But I'm not. I'm not a big jersey wearer in anything but football. Anything but football, I don't tend to wear a jersey. But I would do it for Johan because I love pitching and defense.
Right.
To me, I value pitching and defense. And I think this Phillies pitching staff has the chance to be really, really good. And that's why I picked them to win the NL East in the beginning of the year before Strider got injured.
Now Strider's hurt.
And but now I got to tell you, the defense is so huge to me. And it may be why I harp on too much of Turner being the worst shortstop in the game. That that bothers me because the giving away of outs bothers me.
Now, I have a question, and I hope this isn't unfair. All right?
All right.
This is not me trying to be evil media man. Why is it that it's a shame on Andrew, shame on you, Andrew, for reacting to the first 9 games of the season? But Rojas has 1 good game, and he's fine.
Well, it's not that he's fine. It's that the sample size is too small. I think that's his whole thing is that the sample size on a player like Rojas should be judged differently than Castellanos.
Okay.
Castellanos has a long, long history in the game.
Right.
Castellanos has a huge paycheck attached to his performance that he's expected to live up to. It's easier to judge a Castellanos than it is a Rojas, or it should be. And if it's not, your priorities are off.
But I saw there were a lot of people taking victory laps yesterday.
Way too early.
Connor Thomas. Connor Thomas.
What's up?
Hi, Connor.
Looked like you took a bit of a victory lap yesterday when Rojas had a great game.
You had a great game.
Great game.
I never said you were wrong, but I said this is why you need to give him time.
Okay.
I think that's the key is that once again, it's just pitching and defense is so important over 162.
Correct.
Yeah, dude, Rojas might stink as a hitter.
But his defense. But here's the thing.
But we don't know
he
yet.
can't be.
But we don't know yet.
Such a negative offensive.
I'm not telling you one way or another. I'm telling you we don't know, and we need months to figure this out.
22 at bats. I see people on the X, on these airwaves, saying, "Got to send him down. Got to send him down." 22 freaking at bats.
Right.
It makes no sense. He is exceptional in the field. He has a skill set that no other Phillies player has. None. His absolute exceptional defense. And when pitching matters so much to this club's success, you need to be more patient. Last year, he had 150 at-bats in the regular season, and he went cold in the postseason.
Now, I just want to make this clear because somebody took my words out of context yesterday on the airwaves.
What was that?
So I don't want to send down Rojas today.
No, you did not say that.
I wanted him to start the season in the minors. And
Correct.
if you send him down, like let's say before last night they sent him down, that would have been a horrible message to the
And
kid.
you said yesterday that it would be a dumb thing if they sent him down. That would be too knee-jerk.
Yes.
You wanted him down from the beginning to ease his way up into his experience.
Now, hopefully, he can continue to grow off of last night, and then it's not even a conversation. Then the conversation's done.
If he bats,
come May 1st.
If he bats 210, am I going to have to hear you?
No, if he bats 210, that's
no. I'm saying if he bats 210, because last year he bat 300 over 150 at bats.
I'll take 210.
If after 150
when he's batting
at bats,
.045, like that's when it's a problem.
Well, you can't do that after 22 at bats. That's just where I just can't do that. Because under Kyle Schwarber, you could kill that. Castellanos, you get 22 at bats.
Right.
I could find you many streaks.
You're correct. All right, coming up next, we can answer some of your text messages, 610-632-0975, based off of the conversations that we've already had. Also, coming your way next, we haven't really talked much about it. The national championship game yesterday was yesterday. I didn't watch a second of it. What does that mean? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a
the 6th
chance.
seed. I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's gotten more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens.
We
you get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was a.
They're out.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the
I do not.
lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
Oh, I think that
I don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want your color scheme.
I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme, and it's the lettering, and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. My baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light is too much for me. It's way too much.
It's the lightning with the yellow.
Yeah.
All right.
Just doesn't. No.
Too much going on.
No, too much. I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he's one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a
the
chance.
16 in a bag.
It is.
We love the Bagster.
I love the Bagster.
I need
it's
one.
always so much fun.
I need one.
No, I'm getting you
some,
one.
I know.
No,
I
you really do
appreciate
want
it.
one?
I need one.
You-
Yes.
Okay. And all I need to do is just see you use it.
Okay.
Okay. Do you need help?
I don't need help. I
mean, like, is it going to be a slow process, or are you literally going to get up some Saturday morning and say, today's the day I attack this project?
Probably today's the day. That's what I do.
I have literally told my one of my best friends, Joe's out there, his garage is terrible. And I have said, I will bring the Bagster. And I will give you free labor. All you have to do is buy me a sandwich for lunch. And I will give you free labor. I'll be there. You say 7:30 in the morning, I'll be there 7:30 in the morning. So we need to do that.
All right. Sounds
we need
good.
to do that.
All right.
I can do it.
I'm in. So thanks to the
can do that.
Baxter for being our 9 o'clock sponsor. All right. A couple of things.
Yes.
So number one, you know how we always talk about people lie to us and themselves all the time. You know what I just realized took place this past weekend? And for everybody that said they were excited for it and they love it so much, they lied to us. You know what it is? Anyone want to take a guess? I didn't realize it was week 2 of the UFL this past weekend.
Oh.
I always hear about how, The Rock's going to do great things with this new league and it's going to be talked about. You asked the question the other day, could we handle, like, if the Oakland Athletics had to come to Philadelphia? Sure. Dude, we don't even watch football after the season's over. We can't handle 2 baseball teams in this city.
No.
So I just saw it, the fact that they played week 2 in the UFL this past weekend.
It's a tough sell.
It's a
if we had
tough sell.
No, but
Horrible sell.
I do believe we would be one of the better attended franchises.
I think there should just be one football league, and it's the National Football
That's fine.
League.
That's fine.
Now, speaking of lack of interest, I had none for last night's national championship game.
I did
None.
not. I didn't have much interest either, and I did not give it my time. But plus 2, though, it was late.
Yeah, the 9 o'clock tip is absolutely moronic.
For us, it kills. For waking up at 4 in the morning, it kills you.
So I know we're going to talk more about it tomorrow.
And I knew we weren't talking about it this morning, as nobody in Philadelphia is.
And I know we're going to talk more about it tomorrow, but the numbers came out for the women's national championship game. Now, I thought the highest draw would be Iowa and LSU because of the storylines there. No. There was even more for the national championship game between Iowa and South Carolina. Really high.
Every other women's basketball game played this century, Sunday afternoon's game. Every other women's game played.
Yeah.
It's also beat every World Series game since 2019, every NBA Finals game since 2017, every Daytona 500 since 2006, and every Masters final round since 2001. Those are epic, wild numbers.
Yes.
Those are huge numbers for the women.
And now you pointed out part of the reason may have been the earlier tip-off.
Playing a game in the middle of a Sunday afternoon, and again, it tells me first pitch of a World Series game does not have to be 8:12.
No, it doesn't
even though they were 8:37 for a while.
Right.
And now they think they're throwing us a bone by saying,
8:12,
let's make it 8:12. Because the timeouts are longer, the between innings are longer, everything like that. This shows you, though, that put a sport. Imagine, would the Super Bowl numbers be bigger if the game was played 3 hours earlier?
No, I think the Super Bowl doesn't have to be touched.
Okay, so you don't
it's
think
already at 6 o'clock. What
6:30?
6:30. So they're fine. That's actually why can't look the NFL, the King, the Super Bowl, the biggest event in sports, biggest event on TV is 6:30.
Yes.
Why is a national championship game in basketball or
It's
even
stupid.
football at 9 o'clock?
What, 9:18 tip?
For what reason? So Hawaii can watch at 1?
Connor, did you stay up for the ball is tipped?
Oh, yeah, you love that song.
No, but I'll watch the recap
No,
video
I will.
where they sing
now,
it.
the thing is,
I won't even watch
the one
it.
shining moment recap.
I will watch it. I'll watch some of the highlights.
I'm anti. I'm not watching.
I mean, seriously.
Stupid. The March Madness theme is better than freaking One Shining Moment. Yes,
easy there,
not
big
even
guy.
close. But, dude, I mean, that's one of the prime examples. The fact that it's at 9 o'clock at night. And I'll be honest, even if I wasn't doing this shift, I probably wasn't watching last night. College basketball has taken such a hit. It's a shame.
That's why the people who lie to you and tell you it's the most important, best 2 days of the sports calendar. BS.
But I will say this.
BS.
I watched those 2 days.
Yes, and I love them.
I don't care about the national championship game, I should be in prison.
I said to you, every round of it, it's the only sporting event I can think of where every round of as it goes on, I get less interested.
It's amazing, isn't it?
First round, all in, loving it. Second round I think the first weekend is fantastic. Second weekend, and I think it's the layoff. I honestly think it's the layoff of, okay, well, now we're going to stop for 4 days, then we're going to start up again, and then we're going to stop for 5 days, and then we're going to start up again.
It could be.
That it's tough to get the interest isn't rolling. You're in a series.
And then the other
different.
thing is, like, congratulations to Purdue. Shocked me that they even got to the national championship.
I dissed them, so they said screw you.
Congratulations to them. But, like, maybe shame on me. Zach Edey, whatever the hell his last name is, he's not going to be some star in the NBA.
Nope.
Why should I care? Right? And then UConn, they're a great team, like you said. That you even asked the question if they're one of the better college basketball teams of all time. Which I say no. But you asked the question. I say no. But there's because of guys going to the G League right away, NIL money makes it a more level playing field, which is great. Even though 2 1 seeds were in the national championship game, but I don't know. There wasn't like star-studded talent. Like, I have to watch this guy play. Like, I know Zion Williamson got anointed way too early as, like, the next LeBron James, but I wanted to watch Zion. But that was, all of a sudden, that's been, 5 or 6 years?
And he's sweating honey mustard.
But that's been a while. I mean,
looking a little better lately.
The star, like, there's no...
No, there's not. There's not.
And that's
and
a
it's not
shame.
It's not as, again, it's not as important. It's just not. It used to be great. And it's an event that's not as important.
And it's only going down every single year. Like, I don't see them taking like what you saw in the women's college basketball. There was a spike. Now a lot of it was Caitlin Clark. Is there going to be a player that's going to grab that attention in NCAA in the men's?
But the issue is,
but everyone can do the G League right away now, and before you know it, it's going to end up being just straight out of high school.
Right. And what you would need a true freshman to take over, and you would need it to happen multiple years in a row. Because if a true freshman takes over, they're just gone
leaving.
The next year.
Right, exactly.
Like Caitlin Clark was there how many years?
She's a junior, so 3 years.
It's not feasible.
They had a rematch. Like, think about that for a second. The rematch of LSU and Iowa is not as impactful if Caitlin Clark's in the WNBA or if Angel Reese is in the WNBA.
Nobody's paying attention to it.
Right. If there's a rematch next year of UConn and Purdue, a couple of the guys are going to the NBA. Like, it doesn't matter anymore.
It's not this.
Totally agree.
You can't have rivalries in college basketball anymore, except for historic, like Duke versus North Carolina, and even that's taken a hit.
Now, they did have a panel last night, and I don't know if it was SportsCenter discussion, but it was on site. And the panel was saying, well, the college game has just really been gutted and affected in its popularity because of NIL. And look, NIL affects everything. College football has set ratings records 3 of the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So BS on the NIL.
Yeah, the best players are going to the best schools in college football.
Exactly. And if the best players were going to the best schools and were staying, it's the one and done option.
Right.
That's what just brings it apart.
The NIL.
And by the way, I don't think any player should ever have to go to college. I don't think they should have to. I hate the rule.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It was a rule put in place so NBA general managers wouldn't look stupid by missing the boat on a guy. I don't believe if Liv can get paid $400,000 right now to go leave Temple, I would tell her, we love our university.
Yeah, but go for
Get your degree later.
Well, and here's the thing.
Go take the money.
Here's what NIL and transfer portals are really hurting. It's not Duke. It's Temple. It's these lower schools. So for them to say that, for the panel to say that's just wrong.
And
like, nobody's leaving UConn to go to Louisiana State of Arkansas.
Directional school. The
Where?
directional schools are not
I'm
getting
just trying to think of it's just some random school that doesn't exist.
St. Peter's.
So, fine. Nobody's
There you
leaving UConn to go to St. Peter's. People are leaving St. Peter's to go to UConn.
Absolutely.
And if you have better players at UConn, that adds to the popularity of the school in college basketball, but there's no popularity left.
And I like the chalk. And they were also complaining about, well, the NIL is now making it a chalk tournament, which takes away from it. I like the chalk. If you tell me right now, if every college basketball season said, we're going to start at the Sweet 16, and we're going to take the 16 best teams in the country, I'd be just there at the TV watching.
That's kind of what college football is at this point.
I'll look at.
Now, Connor, you said something before the show about the Phillies.
Yes, and
John,
this take is brought to you by the Louisiana State University of Arkansas.
It's a great. What was the South Harmon Institute of Technology?
Yeah.
Do you know what movie I'm talking about?
Yes, that's accepted, baby. Anyway.
Wow. Jeez.
It's a comedy movie
I know.
that
I
you
caught
probably never saw.
like 15 minutes of it on a plane.
Oh, did you?
On a plane. I thought this is so bad.
The South Harmon Institute of Technology.
Yes.
The bleep heads.
Yes.
Anyway.
Connor, what did you say while John was in the bathroom? That wasn't behind his back, like the nasty thing.
What did you say
about
other
him.
than that? Yes.
If the Philadelphia Phillies win tonight's ball game in St. Louis, they will not be under 500 for the rest of the season.
Okay, that's bold and beautiful.
Now,
I like that. Wait. That's really bold.
But it's also possible. If you get
Connor, how about Fleming's gift card on me? If that comes true,
okay.
And you don't have to put up anything. Because that's really bold.
Now, that's great. That's if they win tonight.
If they win tonight and they're above 500, that's a bold statement.
But to your reasoning,
yes,
it's then Pirates, Rockies, White Sox.
Well, not just that, because if they win tonight, then you've got NOLA going again. And if you've beaten the Cardinals twice, I feel good about your chances to win with NOLA.
And even if they lose, they're 6-6. You said under 500.
Right, but I think they're going to, I don't want them to get to 500 right off the bat when I say this.
Wait. Okay, I maybe misunderstood. That I thought you said they would, I took it as they would not be 500 again.
Under 500.
Under 500.
You're saying under 500.
You want to raise the stakes.
No, I said what I said.
Okay.
So now maybe the Fleming's gift card drops a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a little drops. I'm going for
because now he's technically got a 2-game lead.
Look, he's getting no. He can still go to the fine people of Fleming's, but I'll manipulate that.
But if they win tonight, they're 6-5.
Right.
So that means they technically have a 2-game lead in terms of this argument, and then they have a weak schedule after that.
What else do we know about the Phillies right now? Their offense has not been remotely as productive as
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna
I know
be.
it's not hitting season for another 7 weeks.
Doesn't matter. They're winning in spite of it. If they can get above, they're going to be really solidly above.
I love it.
I thought they would be. I thought they would be above. So I'm believing that's going to happen.
A question from Jay, our Philly DJ. Truth be told, if more local teams were in the tournament more regularly, would you be more interested? Look, if Temple was in the national championship game yesterday, I'd be in it.
You'd still be drunk.
But would somebody from Texas be watching?
No.
I don't think
they
so.
wouldn't be as interested.
It's become regional.
Yes.
Which is kind of sad for the national championship game. National championship game. All right, coming up next, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show. And then our crossover with Bob Cooney before he gets set to do the midday show at 10 o'clock. All right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The countdown to the NFL
I do not think the Eagles will draft a linebacker in the first round. I do not think they will draft a cornerback in the first round. I think that they're going to find an edge rusher or an offensive lineman. I'll go offensive line first round, and I would say there's a chance you get 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 picks in the draft.
The Eagles need to draft defense. Whatever position, corner, would be the most logical.
Well, I don't read mock drafts because I think they're bogus up until the actual week of the draft. But I'll give you a name that I've had my eye on, Tyler Guyton. He's an offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. He's worked with Lane Johnson. Like, they're working during the offseason. He's a guy that can play right guard to start right away. And then eventually when Lane Johnson retires, like all the other guys are leaving, he could be his replacement. So Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma.
One position I think the Eagles should go for is cornerback this draft. Darius Slay is getting up there in age. James Bradbury obviously was not very good last year. I think you have to draft a young corner to try to solidify that position.
I would love for the Eagles to take a little-known defensive back out of Washington College, Connor Thomas, but I don't think he's really in shape anymore. So I'm going to go with a better defensive back. Give me Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I think the Eagles need to take a cornerback or maybe a tackle to solidify the right tackle spot when Lane Johnson eventually leaves.
I would also say that the Eagles should take a cornerback just to show that they need some more depth throughout the rest of the season, as the cornerback positions that we've seen throughout this year did not do that. So I'm going to go with cornerback.
The Eagles should draft, and the draft's coming up at the end of the month, a linebacker. They always draft a linebacker, and you know they're going to draft a linebacker. They're going to draft a good linebacker because it's linebacker university with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? I know the Sixers are a prime example. Ben Simmons was a prime example. It's also like the Doc Rivers thing with the best show ever always says he never won a game in this town. Tyrese Maxey drops 52 points last night. Dude, in 54 minutes.
Imagine
54 minutes.
That was unbelievable. And more importantly, it's you don't expect when Joel Embiid's out that Tyrese Maxey can just carry the franchise to huge success. But what he's shown you, like 3 different nights.
Yes.
He can put up 50.
Yeah.
He can put up, and he is one of those guys that can do that. That can, on a given night, he can do it. And more importantly, on the other nights, he's not crappy.
Right.
He's just a little more human.
Yeah.
Last night, they needed an inhuman effort. It would have secured them. If they had lost last night, it would have secured them that they were in the play-in game.
Right. And now you still have a chance.
Now they
to
still
get
have a
the 6th
chance.
seed. And I know it's still tough to get there, and we'll get to that later on. But look, that was a great win for the Sixers.
Him tonight nationally, it is the women's Final Four, and I'll tell you, it's got more attention than I think any time I've been alive. But North Carolina.
So we have another question, right, about the Phillies. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get a couple people in the room that love talking hoops and changes. What's up, Joe?
Have you guys seen the new city editions? And do you like that they're wearing them every Sunday for all the Sunday games?
They'll be unveiled at 10.
There was the.
They're out.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's the stuff that you've seen.
You don't think it's the?
I do not.
Lightning one?
No, I
do. I've heard that the hat is pretty fire.
I will tell you that the jerseys that have been leaked out are the jerseys that you wear.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I think.
I didn't know if you were going to tell me.
I think they look like a softball home run hitting.
No. I
don't like them.
I don't like them at all.
But I'm a very boring traditional.
I want the color scheme.
I don't need. It's trying too hard.
So it's the color scheme, and it's the lettering, and it's the.
The Phillies have such. What do the Phillies have? 4 in the rotation now.
Yes.
I'm still gonna buy one.
I'm not. I like my baby blue, man. The powder blue. That's all I need.
Like he's a powder blue guy.
Yeah, but the light is too much for me. It's way too much.
Kincade and Salciunas. Want to remind you, coming up on Friday, we will announce our first winners for the round trip flights on Avelo Airlines. Go to the contest page, 975thefanatic.com. Nominate someone who you think deserves to win 2 round-trip flights on Avelo Airlines. So it's 2, so that means it's them and a guest. So you can't nominate yourself, but you could maybe nominate someone that would take you. Now, John thinks you shouldn't do that.
I think that's complete scammery.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
I'm not saying that I don't judge. I think you would.
How do you think I got in this chair? I'm a scam artist. You can nominate a teacher, local firefighter, police officer, you name it, anybody that you think needs a vacation. You can nominate somebody. We're announcing winners this Friday, next Friday, and April 26th. So 3 straight Fridays. It's all sponsored by Avelo Airlines and Wilmington Airport. Delaware's favorite airport is close to home and is convenient parking, shorter lines, and an easy, relaxed atmosphere. To fly Avelo out of the Wilmington Airport, visit AveloAir.com. Our crossover with Bob Cooney comes your way momentarily, but it's not time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So I want to ask the people today, and I want you to be honest with us. Would you rather be right, even though it might be a negative opinion about your teams, or would you rather be wrong, which means your team benefits from it? After a night like last night, if Johan Rojas hits 3 hits, right, and I come on here on the airwaves today and I say, well, you just wait till next game, right?
What are you trying to do? You're trying to be right.
Like, why would I do that? I'm happy that he had 3 hits last night. You know why? Because it was en route to a Phillies victory.
I'll give you a perfect example of Andrew Salciunas with this. You wanted Nick Sirianni gone.
Yes.
You will be extremely thrilled if the Eagles are the 1 or 2 seed next year and they are playing great football.
And I hope
here's the
every single player says this is why Nick stayed.
And that's the difference between right and wrong, wanting to be right about something. And look, I hope Trey Turner proves me wrong.
Right.
I hope he starts being a competent shortstop defensively. I don't believe it's going to happen, but if it does, I'll tip my cap and say I was wrong. He showed me something. He turned his defense around, and hopefully the bat continues to do what he did last year.
On the Comcast Business Hotline from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com, I believe he deserves a vacation, Jeff McClain. So is this a draft where the Eagles might be focusing on a starter early on because there is still a window, or is this a, hey, let's replenish the talent and start getting younger in certain areas?
I think they just want to get good players, good prospects that not only fit your culture, the type of guys that love football that can come in and not worry about that element, but also they can play Philadelphia.
You mentioned something, finding out if they can play in Philadelphia. How high up on the list is that for their evaluation process of a player?
It's definitely in there. I mean, it depends on the position. Obviously, a quarterback, it's like, it's pretty huge. But, it's like interesting, like Jason Kelsey, during his retirement speech, spoke a little bit about that and how it is tough for guys when they're originally coming here to kind of get the Philadelphia fan base, to get the media, to get how people view the Eagles here in Philadelphia. But they do factor it in. There's no doubt about it. They know that in this town, you need to have a certain fortitude to be able to take the criticism. And I'm not saying it's all good, because sometimes it's bad and it's negative and it's not really, I think, conducive. But ultimately, Philadelphia will tell you the truth. And when players aren't performing, they need to look in the mirror and be honest with themselves. And those, a lot of times, are the guys that do well here. And those are the guys that I think the Eagles are increasingly finding themselves wanting to draft.
There's a difference between pandering and being genuine.
Well,
there are people who are genuine. There are people who do not pander. I didn't see Trey Turner come to town and be like, oh, I'm a huge Sixers fan, by the way. Oh, and I'm all flying up.
So you hated the Bryce Harper jacket.
I did not dig any of the. No, look, if he's wearing Philly stuff, I would just say you're trying too hard.
Joining us now for the entire hour from NBC Sports Philadelphia, Amy Fadool.
Sure, I think you need to have the fans on your side, because when things go wrong, they're going to be the ones to not completely bury you. If they're with you, then they're going to be with you. And I'm not saying you have to pander. I go back to what McClain said. They're not going to draft guys, and people are talking to people in the draft, and they're asking them in the NBA draft and in the NFL draft, could you be prepared to play in Philadelphia? That's not because the media is this big bad enemy. It's because it's a tough place to play when you think about how the fans are invested.
This is a show of accountability. Do I think Johan Rojas is all of a sudden going to hit 3 hits every single night? No, absolutely not. But I'm glad a Major League Baseball player was able to have a night like he did yesterday. I'm sure you're glad that Trey Turner, a Major League Baseball player, a $300 million Major League Baseball player, was able to have the night that he had last night. So this is a show where we will be accountable.
Sure.
If we are wrong about something, we will admit it, even though I don't think we're right or wrong after just one game.
And that's the key. There's no credibility in being right or wrong with an opinion. Fire your opinions and then open up to the firing squad if you get them wrong.
Right.
Stop worrying about being right or twisting yourself in a pretzel to try to justify why you're still right. Don't worry about being right and embrace when you're wrong.
And that was the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the arguably 3 best minutes of today's show.
Do not put that up to a vote from the listeners.
No, we just do it. And it's now time for our crossover with Bob Cooney. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How are we today?
I'm wonderful.
Good,
How are
Good.
you?
Very, very good. Exciting sports day today.
What do you got on the program coming up?
Well, we got Matt Gelb's going to join us at 11 o'clock to talk all things Philly. Obviously, we got to look into what's going to go on tonight. Sixers might be fully healthy. You might have Tobias Harris back also, besides Embiid and Lowry. Where does Nick Nurse go? This starting lineup tonight might be telltale. Because I don't know. We don't know what the starting lineup might be.
And I know Ray brought it up. He would have Tobias coming off the bench, and you kind of, you feel like that could be a possibility?
I don't, because I don't think you can at this point. He hasn't come off the bench since 16-17 that season. I don't think you can do it. I think you run the risk of losing him more than gaining anything out of it.
All right, let me ask you something. So Taijuan Walker could not go to the bullpen because he's never done it. I think that's totally different. Why can't Tobias go to the bench? Is it strictly just because you don't want to lose him?
For me, it would be. Yeah.
He still catches and shoots no matter who's throwing it to him.
And he can play 25 minutes a game. It could be that. It sounds that easy, and I agree with you. Like, why can't you? But I just don't see it happening. There's some, like, unwritten rules in sports that we all know about. In basketball, I think that's kind of one of them. An 8-year, 9, 10-year starter, a guy that's been in the league 13 years.
So an unwritten rule can't be, I'm the coach, I make the decision. I think what's best for the team.
Absolutely, but you know the underlying effects that something like that could have.
Okay, yeah.
So, I don't know.
And then you tell him, hey, Lou Williams made a whole career off of this.
Yeah, Lou Williams a Hall of Famer?
No.
There's a great debate depending on how you articulate it. Is he a Hall of Famer if you're basing it off of 6 men? Yes.
No, is he a Hall of Famer?
No.
Yeah, I don't think. I love Lou Williams.
Is Tobias Harris a Hall of Famer?
No.
No, so then you make him a 6 man.
Is Pacers, what's more likely for rooting interest tonight? Pacers lose at Toronto, Magic loses at Houston, who's already eliminated. Toronto's already eliminated too. Are either of them viable, you believe?
No.
Okay.
No. And I like the way the Sixers are approaching it. They're like, we just need to win. They're not talking about Indiana, Miami, whatever. They just need to get where they need to get to, where they're comfortable. And I think if they're playing good basketball, I honestly feel like they feel they can beat anybody.
All right, real quick. Who were your favorite players growing up, and why did you pick them?
Julius Erving, Maurice Cheeks. We talking just basketball or anything?
Anything.
Mike Schmidt was there.
So you're a talent guy.
Probably, but Maurice Cheeks is my favorite basketball player of all time, and he's in the Hall of Fame, but he was the 4th probably best player on that Sixers
I asked
team.
because we pick favorites in the city a lot.
Yeah.
Schwarber and Castellanos both went 0 for 5 yesterday, but one guy sucked going 0 for 5, and the other guy was, don't worry, he'll be fine 0 for 5.
Yeah, but Johan Rojas had 3 hits.
He did. Congratulations. 145.
There's Bob Cooney.
We'll listen at 10 o'clock.
That is good. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. David Auto Group does. They made donation, like we do, to the American Association for Cancer Research. Could you please do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because I am living proof 3 times over. Cancer research saves lives.
Back at it tomorrow on a Wednesday, which means an Adam Schefter Wednesday, 8 o'clock, and a whole lot more. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.